The House will be in order. The Chair lays before the House a communication from the Speaker.
The Speaker's Rooms, Washington, D.C., June 26, 2025. I hereby appoint the Honorable Ralph Norman to act as Speaker pro tempore on this day. Signed, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives.
Pursuant to the order of the House of January 3, 2025, the Chair will now recognize members from lists submitted by the majority and minority leaders for the morning hour debate. The Chair will alternate recognition between the parties, with time equally allocated between the parties and each member other than the majority and the minority. Leaders and the minority whip limited to 5 minutes, but in no event shall debate continued beyond 11:50 a.m. The Chair now recognizes a gentleman from Indiana, Mr. Yakum, for 5 minutes. Got it.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to thank an outstanding member of my team as he departs for a new opportunity. Michael Coran has served as one of my legislative assistants for the past 2 years. He has covered a broad range of issues, from natural resources to Veterans Affairs, and has done so with exceptional diligence and precision. While working in my office, Michael also earned his master's degree in National Security Policy Studies. He quickly established himself as an indispensable asset. I've often said that a good member can become a great member with a great team. And Michael proved that every single day in my office. He played a central role in creating and advancing key legislation, including the National Veterans Advocacy Act of 2025. This bill would help ensure our service members have the support and resources that they need when they return home. After a veteran in my district could not get the timely access to mental health care from the VA that he needed, Michael created the Sergeant Ted Grubbs Mental Health Care for Disabled Veterans Act. And just last night at dinner, Michael shared how the highlight of his time in my office was meeting Sergeant Ted Grubbs. I also would like to highlight his critical work on the Secure Telecommunications Act, which I recently introduced to protect our nation's infrastructure from enemy threats. None of these would have been possible without Michael's dedication and expertise. Although it's also often difficult to see a team member leave, Michael is taking steps to go on and be a military legislative assistant in another office. Max, you're getting one of the best. Take good care of Michael. Michael, thank you for your hard work, your loyalty, and your service. You'll always be part of the family. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an exceptional member of my team, my Director of Operations, Mariah Greenlee. From day one, Mariah has been an indispensable part of our office. As every member knows, the Director of Operations is the person who keeps the trains running on time. And while I may be biased, I truly do believe that Mariah is one of the very best. Whether it was fitting 47 meetings in 2 days, managing our intern program, overseeing travel logistics, or simply keeping the office running smoothly, Mariah did it all with excellence. Her calm under pressure, strong organizational skills, and unwavering dedication helped our office serve the people of Indiana's 2nd District at the highest level. Hoosiers who visited the Capitol often commented on her customer service-driven approach. Over the past 2.5 years, I've come to rely on Mariah, not only as a trusted colleague, but a friend. Her work ethic, professionalism, and commitment to service to Indiana's 2nd District has left a lasting impression and mark on our team. While I'm sad to see her go, I'm incredibly excited for what lies ahead for her in her next chapter. Mariah, thanks for everything. Your contributions have meant so much to me and to my team. You will always be part of the Yakum family. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The Chair recognizes the gentleman from New York, Mr. Kennedy, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life and legacy of Vincent O'Neill, a brilliant artist, a beloved teacher, a dear friend, and a cultural giant who transformed the landscape of theater in Western New York. Born in Dublin, Ireland, Vincent carried a deep love for his Irish roots that he shared with Western New York and the world. Vincent trained at University College Dublin, Trinity College, and the Abbey Theatre School of Acting, and under the legendary Marcel Marceau in Paris as a mime. As a member of the prestigious Abbey Theatre Company, he toured the globe acting and directing. His one-man show, Joyicity, inspired by the works of James Joyce, earned international acclaim, and he was invited by both the President and Prime Minister of Ireland to perform the piece, a powerful testament to his talent. Vincent first came to Buffalo in 1985 with his brother Chris to perform Samuel Beckett's Waiting for Godot in a hotel dining room in Cheektowaga, instantly winning over local critics and audiences. That performance sparked something greater in Vincent, and in 1989, he returned to Buffalo permanently. Within a year, he co-founded the Irish Classical Theatre Company alongside his late brother Chris, Josephine Hogan, and Dr. James Ward. What began as a makeshift stage grew into one of Buffalo's most cherished institutions. For over 30 years as artistic director, Vincent brought his passion, creativity, and vision to the Irish Classical Theatre, directing 30 productions, appearing in 67 more, and setting the standard for excellence in local theater. From the Andrews Theatre to Shea's 710, Vincent proved that Buffalo's theater scene could rival any in the world. Waiting for Godot remained a through line in his life. It was the first show the Irish Classical Theatre staged in its new home, the play that reopened the theater after the COVID-19 pandemic, and it was also his final role on that stage. But Vincent was more than a performer. He was a mentor, a teacher, and a leader. At the University at Buffalo, where he served as chair and director of theater performance, he shaped generations of actors, instilling in them discipline, empathy, and a love for the craft. He collaborated with the Buffalo Philharmonic Orchestra, led Irish cultural celebrations, appeared in local films, and brought people together through art. Vincent's contributions were recognized by peers and community alike. He received Artie Awards for acting, directing, and lifetime achievement, along with honors like the Buffalo News Outstanding Citizen Award, Irish Echo Community Champion, Irishman of the Year. And just 3 years ago, he was honored with a permanent star in the Buffalo Theater District's Plaza of Stars. Together with his brother Chris, the O'Neill name became synonymous with artistic excellence in Buffalo, a legacy now permanently etched into the city with the naming of the Brother O'Neill's Way on Main Street in the Theater District. Last week, Vincent O'Neill left us at the age of 75 after a battle with cancer. To lose Vincent is to lose a piece of Buffalo's artistic soul. Vincent was one of a kind, a consummate artist, a devoted teacher, a pillar of our arts community, and above all, a man of vision, integrity, and warmth. To his beloved wife, Tasia, his children, Laura, Emily, and Jamie, their mother, Josephine Hogan, and his sister, Margaret, thank you for sharing Vincent with us. To his many friends, colleagues, and all whose lives he touched, we honor the legacy he leaves behind, and he will be missed beyond measure. I find comfort in knowing that Vincent's spirit will remain with us. In every performance at the Irish Classical Theatre, in every student who carries his lessons forward, and in every audience moved by the power of a great story, especially when told with the heart, soul, and humor of an Irishman. May Vincent O'Neill rest in peace. Suevnes Shady Air. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Minnesota, Mr. Emmer, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the people of Minnesota to honor the lives of former Minnesota Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband, Mark, who were brutally murdered in their home on June 14th. We also express our collective outrage over this politically motivated attack, which resulted in life-threatening injuries to my friend, Minnesota State Senator John Hoffman, and his wife, Yvette. My wife Jackie and I have known Melissa for more than 20 years. Melissa and I joined the Minnesota legislature together in 2005, and we served together until 2011. While we may have disagreed on policy, Melissa was a great colleague who fearlessly fought for what she believed in, and she devotedly served the people of Minnesota. One day, while I was in the Minnesota legislature, I brought my only daughter to work with me. I wanted to introduce her to some of the strong female leaders in our state and my colleagues who were frankly exceptional at what they do. And one of the first people that I introduced Katie to was Melissa Hortman. Though we came from different sides of the aisle, Melissa was incredibly gracious with her time and couldn't have been more kind and encouraging to my daughter. Melissa's warmth and generosity extended far beyond that moment. As Speaker of the Minnesota House, she led with integrity and fostered bipartisan collaboration even during the most challenging times in our state. While we mourn Melissa and her husband Mark, we continue to pray for healing and peace for Senator Hoffman and his wife Yvette and their daughter Hope, who were targeted by the same evil coward that night. I have known Senator Hoffman for many years and have had the pleasure of meeting his daughter Hope on several occasions as they visited our office here in Washington, D.C. John's a wonderful man, a devoted husband and father, and a friend. He's a common-sense legislator and has been a champion for Minnesotans with disabilities throughout his time in office. His bravery during the attack, lunging at the gunman to protect his family, likely saved their lives, though it left him with life-threatening injuries. Yvette, who was also hit by the gunfire, heroically shielded their daughter Hope, whose quick thinking in locking the door and calling 911 triggered a statewide law enforcement response that frankly prevented further tragedy. Their courage and heroism should continue to inspire us all. We are grateful to the brave men and women of law enforcement for their work to apprehend the evil perpetrator, and we look forward to justice being served. Let's be clear. There is absolutely no place in our country for politically motivated violence. This attack carried out by an evil coward disguised as a peace officer was not just an assault on two Minnesota families, but it was an attack on the very fabric of our nation. It sought to silence and strike fear into the hearts of those who dedicate their lives to public service. And we, as we continue to grieve, we cannot and we will not let this tragedy define us. We must show our communities, our state, our country, and the world that Minnesotans are united and our resolve is stronger now than ever. From Minneapolis to Mankato, from Delano to Duluth, we come together as one voice to condemn all forms of political violence. And we commit to always treat each other with respect, regardless of differing opinions or political affiliations. Our prayers are with the Hortman family as they grieve the devastating loss of their loved ones. And we also continue to pray for John, Yvette, and Hope as they deal with the physical and emotional repercussions of this horrific attack. In closing, I want to echo the words of Melissa and Mark's children. Quote, "Hope and resilience are the enemy of fear. Hold your loved ones a little closer, love your neighbors, treat each other with kindness and respect. The best way to honor our parents' memory is to do something, whether big or small, to make our community just a little better for someone else. May we always adhere to that sentiment." Thank you, and I yield back.
The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor Brian Johnson, CEO of Equality Illinois, who will be ending his tenure at the end of this month. For nearly a decade, Brian has been a driving force behind the rapid growth and rise of Equality Illinois, turning it into a powerful multi-issue advocacy organization dedicated to advancing LGBTQ+ civil rights across the state. At a time when we're seeing the LGBTQ plus community face relentless attacks, Brian has been at the helm of Equality Illinois, fighting back and ensuring our state remains a safe, inclusive place for everyone. As he enters this new chapter in his life, I wish him the best luck, and am confident that he will continue to be the good fighting individual and continue to empower the LGBTQ plus community in Illinois and across the country. I yield back.
Yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Rose, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, the House Ways and Means Committee has run the numbers for the American people. They all point to this fact. The one big, beautiful bill is good for this nation, good for everyday Americans, and certainly good for the men and women I represent in Tennessee. Here are the numbers. The bill which this body passed and which I was proud to vote for, some experts say could produce an annual GDP growth rate of more than 5% in the next 4 years, with longer-term annual growth reaching 3.5%. The bill is also set to preserve between 6 and 7 million manufacturing jobs nationally. That will impact a whole lot of families. In my district alone, this bill protects 12,000 manufacturing jobs, more than $1.1 billion in wages, and more than $2.2 billion in economic growth. I urge my colleagues in the Senate to pass this bill without delay. Mr. Speaker, the One Big Beautiful Bill is about restoring fairness and rewarding work, and it begins with Americans' taxes. In Tennessee, the bill we passed here in the House would put an average of $11,700 more dollars in the pockets of a family of four every year. Under this bill, everyday Americans will see lower income tax rates, a larger standard deduction, and an expanded child tax credit. That means more take-home pay, more money for groceries, gas, and health care. Filing will be simpler, refunds will be bigger. This bill doesn't just cut taxes, it makes them fairer. It puts kitchen table concerns at the center of policy and shifts the balance back toward the middle class. With the One Big Beautiful Bill, we're saying yes to opportunity, yes to working families, and yes to an economy that grows from the bottom up. Mr. Speaker, it would be hard for me to count the number of job creators I've met in Tennessee's 6th congressional district since I came to Congress in 2019, but I can tell you nearly all of them emphasized to me the need for tax certainty and for tax and regulatory relief. The One Big Beautiful Bill includes something called R&D reprieves. That sounds like jargon to most people, but if a piece of equipment is the only thing separating you from expanding your business or hiring more employees, you know the term well. Research and development tax credits have been the lifeblood of growth for small businesses and for our nation's economy for several years. Estimates tell us that the immediate expensing for R&D will accelerate more than $20 billion in investment. I've seen this firsthand in my own small business that I continue to operate. This bill is further proof of promises made, promises kept, and I was proud to support the One Big Beautiful Bill. Mr. Speaker, the men and women who put a badge on every morning, every afternoon, every evening want to leave the world better than they found it. Yet we civilians don't fully appreciate just how much time they spend away from their families to protect ours. They stay late writing reports or working events. They're often required to testify in court on their days off to ensure the conviction of a suspect they've arrested. That time, overtime, is needed to truly serve their communities. They do it without complaint. They do receive extra pay, of course, for their overtime, yet that often comes with the burden of extra income taxes. It puts many of our law enforcement officers in a tax bracket that costs them more money. Fortunately, it's not about the money for most of our men and women in uniform. And fortunately, the One Big Beautiful Bill ensures that our brave law enforcement officers won't be taxed on their overtime pay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from California, Ms. Berrigan, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, Senate Republicans are making Donald Trump's big, ugly bill even uglier, with steeper cuts to Medicaid that will leave more kids, parents, and seniors without health care. Also, they can reward their billionaire donors with even bigger tax breaks. This bill would deeply cut Medicaid and hurt our most vulnerable. Don't take my word for it. Republican Senator Tom Tillis shared this chart on the state-by-state impact of the Senate Republicans' newest cuts. Do you live in North Carolina? If you do, you stand to lose $38.9 billion and could kick up to 600,000 people off Medicaid. Many states, including Republican states, will lose tens of billions of dollars in Medicaid funding. How about Virginia? Virginia will lose $24.8 billion. Louisiana, the Speaker's home state, $20 billion. South Carolina, $20 billion. States with small budgets would get hammered. Iowa loses $4.1 billion. And Senator Ernst from Iowa, what does she say about it? She's not concerned. She says, well, we're all going to die anyways. Kentucky loses about $12 billion. What does Senator Mitch McConnell have to say about that? He says, you'll get over it. What? Are you, the American people, going to just get over losing your health care so that a billionaire can buy a bigger yacht? Do you want to die young in the emergency room so that a Fortune 500 company can add a few more seats to their private jet? Here's what Senate Republicans are doing that caused Senator Tillis to make this chart. Right now, states use a variety of tools to help pay for their share of Medicaid, which is the health insurance program for low-income families, children, seniors, and people with disabilities. One of those most important tools is called a provider tax. That's when hospitals or health plans agree to pay a small tax to keep Medicaid running. In return, the federal government matches those dollars. It's a federal-state partnership that keeps hospitals open, staff paid, and patients covered. But the Senate Republican bill would limit how much states can use that tool. It puts new restrictions on states that expanded Medicaid to low-income people, saying they can't collect as much from hospitals or health insurance companies as they do now. It means the federal government would be telling states, you can't use the money you've depended on for years to keep Medicaid going. And that's going to cause a lot of damage. Hospitals would lose funding. States will face bigger budget gaps. And then what happens then? You'll see cuts. Cuts to health care, cuts to services, cuts to the very people who need the help the most. This means tens or even hundreds of billions of dollars lost. That's not just numbers on a page. That's real people losing health insurance. That's real patients getting turned away, real communities, especially rural and low-income communities, being left behind. Now, this morning, the Senate parliamentarian ruled that these provider tax restrictions cannot be included as drafted. But this fight is still very real. We have seen Republicans rework the text of these radical cuts to get the parliamentarians' approval, and at least one House Republican just today suggested they just ignore what this parliamentarian has said. I have no doubt that the plan Republicans come up with will slash Medicaid and devastate hospitals to fund their tax breaks. Now, a few Republicans here in the House have said, these new cuts, they go too far. But are they really willing to stand up for their constituents and vote no if the Senate sends these deep cuts? I'm not going to hold my breath, because Republicans have already caved last month and voted to kick millions of people off Medicaid. House Democrats and Senate Democrats are united to stop this big, ugly bill. I urge Republicans in Congress to join us to do the right thing and oppose this bill. Stand up for hospitals. Stand up for patients. Stand up for the millions of Americans who count on Medicaid every day. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from Texas, Ms. Dela Cruz, for 5 minutes.
I rise today to recognize the Palmhurst Police Department for 20 years of service and dedication to public safety. Since 2005, the department's officers and telecommunicators have gone above and beyond the call of duty. They have received recognition for their Mothers Against Drunk Driving efforts, completed advanced rapid response and active shooter training, and worked hand in hand with local, state, and federal agencies. Their services extends beyond law enforcement and public safety. The Palmhurst Police Department is also dedicated to giving back to the community by hosting Coffee with a Cop and other events, such as organizing toy drives in partnership with the local schools and bringing neighborhoods together through their annual National Night Out. For 20 years, they have not only protected the safety of Palmhurst, but they have also brought Texans together. Thank you for your tireless work and dedication. Congratulations on 20 years of exceptional service to the people in Palmhurst and the great state of Texas. I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The chair now recognizes the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands, Ms. Plaskett, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As Americans celebrate this Independence Day, July 4th, the day the founders declared their intention to be free from England, the day before in the Virgin Islands, July 3rd, we celebrate one of the most historic and spectacular days for those of us who have ancestral ties or call the Virgin Islands our home. It's the commemoration of our emancipation. You see, because on that day, July 3rd, 1848, the Virgin Islands became one of only 2 places in the Western Hemisphere for individuals to gain their freedom from enslavement by organized, violent overthrow. On that day in 1848, after months of organization and planning, thousands of enslaved peoples, including my ancestors, left plantations throughout the island of St. Croix and converged at Fort Frederick in what was the Danish West Indies and demanded their freedom. Unfortunately, while the governor of the time, Peter Van Schulten, declared all former enslaved in the Danish West Indies free, we now know that freedom is not easily free, and a declaration without full rights and privileges is a hollow declaration, because even today, anyone who decides to live in the Virgin Islands must give up a portion of their freedom: the right to vote for president, the right to have full representation, voting representation in both chambers of this body, the right to receive SSI. The list goes on and on. How often, when asking for equal treatment, even tax law, I have to remind people that we are not foreign. We are, in fact, a possession of the United States, drafted into wars, loving this country with no path to full inclusion. Imagine if Wyoming or Iowa or Vermont were indefinitely to remain territories with no path to full citizenship. In the 116th and 117th Congress, language was added into H.R. 1, which created a congressional task force to not only create a recommendation to a pathway for greater inclusion for the territories in voting participation in this body, but also to examine what has been the cost to the people economically, socially, politically, for hundreds of years not having those rights: Puerto Rico, Guam, American Samoa, and the Northern Marianas. I'll be introducing this legislation this term and ask my colleagues to join. But let me say to my fellow Virgin Islanders, we as well have work to do in our own freedom. As the prayer and chant says, we must free our minds from mental slavery, the chains that bind us in a psychological and cultural legacy that persists long after the physical chains are broken. Liberation involves more than legal freedom. We Virgin Islanders have had our legal freedom for almost 2 centuries, and yet we still struggle with violent crime against one another, crumbling socio-political infrastructure, and blaming others for the state of our community instead of assigning ourselves work to make it better. True emancipation and liberation requires breaking free from internalized oppression, self-limiting beliefs, and our own social systems that continue to marginalize ourselves and our children. Our ancestors made the brave, bold decision to take a history of bloodshed and pain, a history of being stolen and trafficked from Africa to the West, exposed to some of the most inhumane and grueling conditions. They took that pain and inhumanity and transformed it into achievement of their freedom. The environment of self-hatred and hatred of others that persist on our islands must stop. That is not the sacrifices our ancestors made. Our ancestors could not have accomplished the incredible feat of defeating the Danish army with every odd stacked against them without being unified. Unity and love are inseparable. Let this Emancipation Day serve as both a commemoration and a call to action for us to honor our ancestors who resisted and survived as we do the work of full liberation. Let this day remind us that freedom is both a historical achievement and an ongoing process of our individual and collective self-determination, progress, and development. Blessed Emancipation Day. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize as an extraordinary public servant Ms. Melinda Woodhurst, whose unwavering dedication to our nation's veterans have left a lasting mark on York County, South Carolina. Her strong advocacy and innovative thinking have transformed the landscape of veteran services and has created meaningful change for our service members and their families. She is a prime example of servant leadership. Since 2017, Ms. Woodhurst has served as the York County Veteran Service Officer month after month. She attends meetings with numerous veteran service organizations and the York County Veterans Advisory Council to stay closely connected with the needs of her community. Her involvement also extends to partnerships with the Hospice Network of York County and other vital support institutions. Ms. Woodhurst's service to our community has been far-reaching, particularly through her work with the disabled American veterans. The chapter's aging transportation van, effectively known as the Bag of Bolts, finally gave out during a trip to Dorn Veterans Affairs Medical Center. And even when fundraising progress stagnated, Melinda stepped forward on her own time to raise over $30,000, enabling the purchase of a new van. She also worked to submit an application for a Disabled American Veterans Trust Fund grant, bringing the potential total funding to nearly $60,000. Ms. Woodhurst's leadership goes much further than fundraising. Understanding that the certification process for volunteer drivers through the Dorn VA could take up to 9 months, she collaborated with VA representatives and identified a solution. Thanks to her coordination, Melinda streamlined the entire certification process, condensing it into a single trip to Dorn. As of January 10, 2025, this process has resulted in 14 certified drivers, which was a dramatic improvement that is now being considered for statewide implementation. Her vision extends beyond boundaries as she prepares to transition the management of the Veterans Transportation Program to a newly opening VA community-based clinic this summer. This will ensure that the impact of her work continues long after her tireless efforts. Melinda Woodhurst is not only a dedicated public servant, but also a compassionate leader and an unwavering advocate for our veterans. Her work is a shining example of what true civic responsibilities look like that I know will shape generations to come. Her efforts have cut red tape. Her efforts have saved time and money. And most importantly, her efforts have provided critical services to those who have sacrificed for our nation. We recently found out that Ms. Woodhurst is, due to family reasons, is going to retire as of this week. And I just want to extend to her a slogan that Winston Churchill said years ago when Great Britain was under attack. When he said there'll be a time when doing your best isn't good enough, you've got to do what's required. Belinda Woodhurst has done what is required to serve her community, her state, her country, and more importantly, her God. On behalf of the 5th Congressional District of South Carolina, I extend my deepest appreciation for her tireless efforts and exemplary service for those who serve our nation. Thank you, and Godspeed in your retirement. I yield back.
The chair recognizes the gentlewoman from Michigan, Ms. Tlaib, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, families in our community are already struggling with rising grocery prices. It's shameful that companies like Kroger are price gouging our residents with surveillance pricing. Even here, as you can see, companies are already collecting tremendous amount of data and private information about our residents to create custom profiles about them. Now, with these electronic labels, facial recognition technology is now being used in real time to charge us more at the grocery store. Imagine if you were at the grocery store, charged your grocery store right now, and they charge you a higher price for an item because it used technology to determine that you are willing to pay more than the next person. Maybe it's hard to believe, but it's true. You look at this, and you can see that they are being very clear about the fact that they want to instantly change the price if it's hot outside, if it's something that you, again, have been online looking at. Even now, they're even adding the use of facial technology in grocery stores, not only to raise serious consumer privacy, but also racial bias. We know that facial recognition technology discriminates against our black and brown neighbors. But this is not just about discriminatory technology, Mr. Speaker. It's about corporate greed, and that the CEOs are getting rich while working people struggle. It's essential that we work together in this body to protect our communities and ban these practices. I ask my colleagues to please support my legislation to ban surveillance pricing, digital pricing in grocery stores. Come and see me. You need to stand with your residents, not these corporations. I mean, look at Walmart. Look at this. If it's hot outside, we can raise the prices of water and ice cream like this. That's what we're talking about. We need to protect our residents, and please, again, support my legislation. Mr. Speaker, firearms are now the leading cause of death for children and teens in our country. I've talked to pediatricians. They're telling me every day that gun violence is just increasing. Every day, over 125 Americans are killed from gun violence, and more than 200 people are shot and wounded. But these aren't just statistics, Mr. Speaker. They are human beings with lives and futures. They are our babies. They're our friends. They're our neighbors. They're our loved ones. Many of these deaths involve accidental discharge of a firearm, often by a child, including several tragic incidents in southeastern Michigan. Just the last month, Mr. Speaker, in Oakland County, a 9-year-old was seriously injured after he was accidentally shot. First responders found that the boy bleeding from the head and transported him to the local hospital. So this Gun Violence Awareness Month, let's do something to save lives. So I'm introducing the Safe Storage Saves Lives Act with Representative DeLauro, Frost, and Kelly to reduce firearm deaths among our children. This legislation mandates every firearm seller to include a gun lock and a gun safety device every single time a gun is sold in the United States. Far too often, irresponsible gun owners fail to properly secure their weapons with tragic consequences, leading to accidental deaths, preventable suicides, school shootings, and other mass violence. When used correctly, a gun lock makes it impossible for a gun to be fired. Look at this. This is $4. $4. This legislation is common sense solution that every member of this body should support, every single one. Keeping firearms out of the hands of our children should not be a partisan issue, Mr. Speaker. So we must honor those that have already been killed with a lack of action in this chamber. Our communities deserve better. Our children deserve better. At this moment, Mr. Speaker, I want to honor one of our dear neighbors in the 12th Congressional District. We worked over 3 years to present him with the Purple Heart. Matthew Fisher, a remarkable resident of our community, for his dedication and service to our country. Matthew Fisher was born in Livonia, a proud graduate of Stevenson High School. In 2004, Matthew answered the call to serve others by becoming a firefighter in one of our counties. In 2007, he made a decision to serve our nation by joining the U.S. Army. He was deployed to Kuwait and Iraq from December 2007 to 2009. Unfortunately, he was there with a horrific bomb that changed his life forever. It took us 3 years in our country to recognize his sacrifice. But since his return, Mr. Fisher has continued to give back to our community. He currently serves as a mentor in one of our veterans court system in Redford Township, helping fellow veterans navigate their own paths and help them heal. He is a devoted husband to Catherine and a proud father to a stepson, Bankston, and also Sophia. Please, Mr. Speaker, let's honor Matthew Fisher for his extraordinary service, and again, as we honor him with the Purple Heart.
Gentlelady yields. The chair now recognizes a gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Carter, for 5 minutes. How do you pronounce this guy?
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 55th anniversary of the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, FLETC. On July 1st, FLETC will celebrate this monumental milestone at their headquarters in Brunswick, Georgia. FLETC's mission is to facilitate the training of federal, state, local, tribal law enforcement officers and international partners that are entrusted to enforce the laws, treaties, and regulations within the United States and abroad. In the 1960s, studies revealed an urgent need for federal law enforcement training by professional instructors using modern facilities and standardized course content. For 55 years, FLETC has modeled federal law enforcement, has molded federal law enforcement through high-quality, cost-effective, and standardized training programs. This program has trained over 95 agencies and over 1 million graduates for our country. The Academy's professional instruction and emphasis on practical applications provides students with the knowledge and skills they need to succeed as federal law enforcement officers. Today, we celebrate the FLETC's continued excellence in the achievement of its graduates. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor U.S. Marshal David Lyons from the Southern District of Georgia, who is retiring this June. Marshal Lyons previously served as Chief of Police in Garden City, Georgia, a position he held for 16 years. While serving as Garden City Police Chief, Marshal Lyons was appointed to the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council and was elected to the Executive Board of the Georgia Association of Chiefs of Police. Before the service as the Garden City Police Chief, Marshal Lyons served a combined 22 years in the United States Navy and Army. In 2016, Marshal Lyons was selected as Chief of the Year by the Georgia Association of Chiefs of Police before retiring from Garden City in December of 2017. These are only a handful of positions Marshal Lyons has held in our nation's police force throughout his impressive career. Today, we honor U.S. Marshal David Lyons for his lifelong service in ensuring the safety of Americans. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Mr. Justin Thomas, Jr., a remarkable young man and a proud Savannah native whose recent success and achievements have brought pride to the state of Georgia. As a graduate of Benedictine Military School in Savannah, Justin was a standout athlete who now plays center field for the Arkansas Razorbacks. Justin and the Razorbacks posted an impressive 50-win season, earning a trip to the College World Series. Even though Arkansas came up short of the program's first national title, Thomas's relentless hitting and clutch moments stood out. He was one of just 2 Razorbacks named to the all-tournament team, finishing the tournament with an impressive .571 batting average. His leadership, sportsmanship, performance reflect the very best of what the city of Savannah stands for. Today, we celebrate Justin's achievement and are looking forward to his next incredible success, both on and off the field. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a dear friend and a colleague, Jamie Dupree, as he celebrates his 45th anniversary of the day he first began working here on Capitol Hill. Time flies when you're having fun, and for Jamie, there has been no better place to work than right here in the halls of Congress. Over the past 4.5 decades, Jamie has built an exceptional career in broadcasting, delivering fair, clear, and hard-hitting reporting on the work of this institution. For 32 years, Jamie reported for Cox Radio, becoming the senior Washington correspondent for Atlanta's WSB Radio and one of the most trusted sources of news on Capitol Hill. In 2017, Jamie was diagnosed with dystonia, a rare condition that cost him his ability to speak. Even after that diagnosis, Jamie's dedication never wavered. And through technology and perseverance, he continued to provide bipartisan coverage that served as a window into Washington for people across the country. He has been honored with the Career Achievement Award for distinguished reporting on Congress from the Radio and Television Correspondents Association and has been referred to as the most connected man in Washington, a reflection of his professionalism and his integrity. Today, we congratulate Jamie Dupree on 45 years of outstanding reporting and service to the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Magaziner, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for the 25th time to demand that the Trump administration restore funding for life-saving food aid for malnourished children. This is Plumpy Nut. It is a fortified peanut paste that has saved millions of lives by getting safe nutrition to children in hard-to-reach places around the world. Until recently, this was being shipped by USAID to war-torn areas and famine-torn areas all over the world, saving lives under Democratic and Republican administrations, until the Trump administration dismantled USAID. As a result, children are starving around the world. And here in the United States, the production lines that create this product are virtually shut down. Adhesia Nutrition in my district in Rhode Island, Manna Nutrition in Georgia. They get all of their ingredients from U.S. farmers. This is all produced in the United States. When it is shipped around the world, it is shipped in boxes that say, "From the American people." And this is not just about saving lives, though this does save lives. It is also about strengthening America's standing in the world. Because when we pull back, when we stop providing food aid for starving kids around the world, our adversaries, particularly China, are happy to step into the void, and they are doing so already. Next week, we will celebrate the 4th of July, a day when we reflect with pride on the nation that we have always been and the values that we stand for. But this year, let's reflect on those values of charity, of leadership, those values that have under Democratic and Republican administrations, guided our foreign policy. But here's the thing. The Trump administration, while cutting off funding for ready-to-use therapeutic food, has also been insisting that it's just temporary and that the funding is going to come back. Elon Musk even put out a tweet where he named the factory in my district and said they're going to get their funding back. Marco Rubio repeatedly, including in front of the House Foreign Affairs Committee, said that funding for emergency food aid would be restored. They leaked a story to Fox News about how they were restoring food aid. But the money hasn't come yet, And this is still sitting in warehouses in Rhode Island instead of being shipped to the children who need it. It's been 6 months. What is taking so long? So what we need is for the Trump administration to not change its policy, but to honor its word. They say that they're going to do this, so do it already. And I will continue to stand on the House floor every single day until they do. Restore the funding now. Mr. Speaker, Donald Trump and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem said that they would focus on deporting violent criminals and gang members, but that is not what they are doing. I sit on the Committee for Homeland Security, so let me tell you the data, the facts from the administration themselves. More than 70% of the people detained or deported so far under the Trump administration have never been convicted of any crime. That's 200,000 people detained and deported who were not convicted of any crime. They are deporting mothers and grandmothers, children with cancer, employees of American companies, people just trying to make a living. And they're not just deporting people who came here illegally. They're going after legal green card holders and asylum seekers, locking them up with no due process. Students who had the gall to write an op-ed expressing their opinion on a political issue, being locked up for deportation, all to meet the artificial quota of 3,000 per year set by Stephen Miller. He doesn't care whether the people he's deporting are criminals or not, clearly. They deported a 4-year-old American citizen child with cancer, whose parents had no criminal record, and we still don't know why. We still haven't gotten answers about Andrew Hernandez Romero, a gay makeup artist with no criminal record who legally sought asylum, who never even entered the country but was deported to a prison in El Salvador, a country that he's not even from. Just this week, a landscaper in California, Narisco Barranco, with no criminal record, was beaten in the streets by masked agents. His 3 sons are all United States Marines.
The gentleman's time has expired.
This has to stop. The Trump administration needs to do what they say they're going to do. Go after criminals, not innocent people. I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Nebraska, Mr. Flood, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to highlight just one way the House passed one big, beautiful bill will help more people live the American dream. As the chairman of the Housing and Insurance Subcommittee, I'm very concerned about a housing crisis that America is experiencing. The one big, beautiful bill, which this House passed last month, includes a key provision that expands tax credits to incentivize the building of more workforce housing. While increasing housing supply has no silver bullets, expanding the low-income housing tax credit is a major step in the right direction. According to the National Association of Realtors, there's a 5 million unit gap between housing demand and housing supply in this country. Once the bill is law, the expanded tax credit will boost America's housing supply. I look forward to continuing to work together to tackle the housing issues facing America with creative solutions. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the hard work and dedication of one of the 1st District's most dedicated public servants, the City of Norfolk's finance officer, Randy Gates. I've known Randy almost my entire life. He has served Norfolk for over 4 decades, and his career has been defined by a deep commitment to growing and maintaining Norfolk's economic success while using sound accounting principles and conservative fiscal planning. Thanks to his steady leadership and smart fiscal policies through the years, Norfolk has become a shining example for communities across our state. Earlier this month, Randy was honored with the League of Nebraska Municipalities' prestigious LEAD Award presented at the 2025 Municipal Accounting and Finance Conference. This award is just one more testament to Randy's success and the enduring impact his work will have. Congratulations, Randy, on this well-deserved recognition. We look forward to your continued success and leadership on behalf of Norfolk. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor a giant in Nebraska journalism, Andrew Ozaki. Over the course of his 43-year career, Ozaki led KETV's Lincoln Bureau and built a reputation of both tenacity and kindness. Whether he was covering the unicameral, the governor's office, sports, and more, Andrew Ozaki was everywhere covering everything. From staking out legislative hearings to running up and down the sidelines of Husker football games, Ozaki relentlessly chased stories that have shaped public policy, entertained crowds, and brought our entire state together. As he prepares to retire from KETV, his absence will be noticed not just by the numerous people he covered, but by the audiences who relied on his accurate stories. Wherever Andrew's next chapter takes him, his integrity, his compassion, and commitment to storytelling have left a mark on our state and will endure for years to come. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from Vermont, Ms. Ballant, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Right now, ICE is showing up at courthouses across the country, waiting to arrest people after their official immigration hearings. Is this what we thought we'd see in America? ICE officials lying in wait to grab people who are actually following the rules? In some cases, these people had just had their cases dismissed. They walked into court following the rules, doing what they were told, following the legal pathways, and they're being taken into unmarked cars and fast-tracked for deportation. And let's be clear, this isn't about catching dangerous criminals. It was never about catching dangerous criminals. These are moms, these are dads, these are students, these are grandparents, these are workers, people who are trying to get through the legal process the right way. But ICE is turning our courthouses into traps. The very places that immigrants are supposed to go to follow a legal path to citizenship have now become traps to lure people in so that they can be arrested, detained, and disappeared. ICE tricked a Vermonter, Mosa Madawi. He's been legally in our state for 10 years. He showed up for the final step in his citizenship process, the final step, only to have masked men detain him after he exited the courthouse. He knew it was a risk to show up, but he decided it was worth the risk to maybe finally become an American. Imagine going to court, following the process, and then getting arrested the second you step outside. That's what's happening in America right now. And last month in San Francisco, 4 asylum seekers were taken by ICE after their hearings were over. In New York City, even a city official, Comptroller Brad Lander, was detained by ICE while trying to support an immigrant friend. If they are willing to rough up city officials and mayors and even a sitting U.S. senator, what does that mean for the rest of us? These tactics are to scare people, and people are now afraid to go to court. How does that possibly make our country more safe? People are skipping hearings, risking automatic deportation because they don't trust the system anymore. How is anyone supposed to follow the legal steps if even those are now a risk? Republicans claim over and over again in committees that this is only about illegal immigration. It's not. If that were the case, then they would be just as outraged as I am that people are being snatched outside of their hearings in court. It is an attack on due process, plain and simple. It's an attack on the idea that we all deserve a fair shot in this country. It's also a clear tactic to instill fear in all of us so that we will be intimidated into submission and we will stop standing up for our neighbors. ICE agents without visible IDs, without any official markings on them, with masks, they're acting more like vigilantes than of agents of our government. How can we even trust that these are government officials? It's nothing more than kidnapping. and it needs to stop. No more secret arrests, no more plainclothes agents waiting outside of courtrooms. This kind of thing does not happen in democracies. It doesn't. The only way to protect Americans from these abuses is to provide due process to anyone facing deportation. Due process exists to protect American citizens, to protect all of us from wrongful deportation and wrongful detention. But this administration does not seem to care about this complete and total violation of our constitutional rights, a right that we are all entitled to, regardless of status. Under Trump, ICE and DHS have become a means to carry out political arrests and to silence anyone that disagrees with their extreme agenda. That's what we're looking at right now. It's never been about removing the criminals. It's always been about creating mass fear, mass intimidation, so they can retain more power. This is not what Americans want. I need my Republican colleagues to fight for everyone in their districts. I need them to speak up. Where is your line? Where is your line? I yield.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from California, Mr. LaMalfa, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, in my home state, gas fuel in California is about $1.44 more than the national average. So let's talk about where that money goes based on this graphic we have from California Energy. Over a third of the costs are state imposed, right here at the top. Now let's go to the bottom here. Let's see what it takes to get a gallon of fuel to a station. Down here on the bottom we have the crude oil cost itself to explore and get it out of the field. And next here we have the refinery costs here. You see, bottom about 183 or so in California, 86 cents for the refinery, and then 47 cents on top of that to get it to the retailer and be able to have it pump into your vehicle. So then we get into the litany of taxes on top of there. Cap and trade tax, the low carbon fuel standard, you go 24 cents, 18 cents. We have the federal excise tax, which is 18 on the federal side, of course. We have the state excise tax of 60 cents and a state and local sales tax about 10 cents, and then an underground storage tank usage fee of another 2 cents. Well, that's not all. With all these out-of-pocket costs, the wisdom in California is that we need to add more tax to that. So there's an automatic ratchet up of one of these taxes of another 1.6 cents that will happen in July. But the new one is going to be a brand new environmental tax that some estimate will be 65 cents per gallon. 65 cents of new tax per gallon on top of all this on already the most expensive state to buy fuel in. It's amazing how out of touch Sacramento is on that. And why is what Sacramento doing, why is that important? Because there's many other states that are trying to emulate what California does and California's CARB rules, California Resources Board, CARB. And so, for example, recently we were able to turn back an electric vehicle mandate that via the CRA process that President Trump signed that California had sought a waiver for, but also 16 other states are wanting to be part of as well. New Jersey, Colorado, New York, Maryland, Oregon, Illinois, Rhode Island, Vermont, DC, Massachusetts, Minnesota, Washington, and others. They want to join that parade with California just on being forced into having electric vehicles. The state's mandate would be that 35% of all vehicles sold in California by the end of next year would have to be electric. You're going to have cars sitting on the lots that they can't sell, and you won't be able to buy the vehicles you want because they have to sell those as mandated. So we're in a situation where not only are we having bad ideas come from California, but other states are thinking it's a good idea to follow those. It'd be detrimental to the auto manufacturing and the market in this country, and most importantly for choices for people. So on top of that, in California, we have two state refineries that are slated to close unless some 11th hour help can be brought for them. Phillips 66 will shut down a plant this fall, and Valero up in Benicia will shut down a plant next spring. That will take 21% of refinery capacity out of the state of California, where we have our own special blend of fuel we can't get from anywhere else, unless the governor might give a waiver in emergency and allow it to be trained or trucked in from some other state that has refineries. So we're going to see 1/5 of our available fuel disappear at the end of the year due to mandates. And no matter how many electric cars you can build between now and then, that is going to have a very, very detrimental effect on industry, on agriculture, on mining, on timber, and as well as families, school buses, you name it. Because these prices of fuel are not going to go down. They're going to continue to go up. A study by USC, University of Southern California, independent of us, says we could see a daily shortfall of up to 13.1 million gallons of gas because of these closures. So with all this stacked together, the tax hikes, the CARB rule, the refinery shutdowns, that same study says we could see fuel hit $8.43 a gallon in California. Isn't that a neat reality for you? You know, I have a farm at home. We have to buy a lot of diesel in order to make things happen to grow our crop. I can't imagine having my fuel go up another 50%, as well as, you know, the wage is forced to go up by state mandate. And hey, we like paying our guys, but you know, people need to have some say in what they pay. They've mandated that McDonald's workers get $20 plus a ratchet on that. I mean, now you're seeing more kiosks at McDonald's. So we keep coming back. Other states that want to copy California on clean air rules, clean car rules, things like that, some of them I mentioned on this list. You don't want to go there unless you want to enjoy this sort of thing. California at the same time has,
Gentleman's time
until
has
recently,
expired.
had a $12 billion deficit
Gentleman's time
because
has
they're giving
expired.
$12 billion for illegal immigrants for Medicaid. And they're going to make that up on the backs of people like this and give us things like
The gentleman's time has
high-speed
expired.
rail. I yield back.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to honor a remarkable public servant, faith leader, and civil rights trailblazer, Pastor Warren Stewart Sr., on the occasion of his retirement as senior pastor at First Institutional Baptist Church in downtown Phoenix. God called Pastor Stewart to Arizona 48 years ago, and he has been speaking truth to power in our state ever since. Each Sunday, Pastor Stewart's sermons and service work inspire Arizonans to better their community and to uplift their neighbors. From the helm of Phoenix's oldest African-American Baptist church in Arizona, Pastor Stewart used his platform to advance justice and civil rights across our state. His guiding principle, Jesus and justice work together. His advocacy is well illustrated by the battle to establish a Martin Luther King Jr. Day as a state holiday in Arizona. By 1992, Arizona was the last state refusing to recognize MLK Day, despite the federal holiday being signed into law nearly a decade prior. Pastor Stewart fought to correct this injustice, leading multiple movements to get the holiday initiative on the ballot. He mobilized coalitions across political spectrums, religions, and cultural backgrounds to come together to win this long overdue public vote. As the longest-serving leader of the First Institutional Baptist Church, Pastor Stewart traveled extensively, preaching in 39 states and territories and 60 countries, and he has received many, many accolades for his contributions to our community and beyond. Following the teachings of the gospel, his work always focused on the poorest and neediest, immigrants, unsheltered people and veterans, those suffering with mental health challenges. Pastor Stewart and the church turned Christian values into action. Fibco Family Services, Samaritan House for homeless families, Ujima House for unwed teenage mothers and their infants, and the Broadway House, all created under Pastor Stewart, minister to those most in need of compassion and care. Fibco has become a hallmark in Phoenix's nonprofit scene and even taken their mission abroad, expanding into Africa. Pastor Stewart's impressive academic and public service record led to roles as chair of the National Immigration Forum and president of the American Baptist Churches of the Pacific Southwest. He was proclaimed a state history maker by the Arizona Historical Society, and under unanimous direction of the Phoenix City Council, the street in front of his church was named Dr. Warren H. Stewart Way. Today, all of Arizona congratulates our very own living legend on his well-deserved retirement. Pastor Stewart's career and contributions have cemented him as one of Arizona's greatest religious leaders and greatest overall Arizonans. I've personally been blessed to know him as a friend and trusted advisor. He'll be the first to tell you he couldn't have enjoyed such a long and stellar career without the love and support of his wife, the Reverend Dr. Karen Stewart, and their children and grandchildren. We thank the entire Stewart family for sharing this great man with all of us. Pastor Stewart, thank you for your decades of commitment to our community, and may your quest for moral justice continue in whatever you do next. Godspeed.
The chair recognizes the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Bean, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. One big, beautiful bill. Some say it's the bee's knees, but what's the buzz? Basically, it brings better jobs, bigger paychecks, booming communities. The one big, beautiful bill is about boosting wages, backing small businesses, and bolstering border security, and bringing tax relief. Mr. Speaker, I recently sat down with manufacturers from my district in Northeast Florida who reviewed the one big, beautiful bill, and they said, bravo. The Trump tax cuts have bolstered growth, boosted job creation, and benefited American production. However, barring action, burdensome tax hikes will be bothersome. In Northeast Florida alone, the one big, beautiful bill protects 15,000 jobs and over $2.6 billion in base economic output. The House has done its part, but I am banking on the Senate to bring it on and show the American people they are serious about ensuring manufacturing remains the bedrock of our blossoming economy. The one big, beautiful bill is not just about good policy. It's the reason there's a buzz from break rooms to backyards. It brings bold benefits to builders, business owners, and breadwinners. It's the best for workers, families, and our big, beautiful future. Let's get it done, but let's boogie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bounce back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields back. The chair recognizes the gentlelady from California, Ms. Pelosi, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to celebrate the 80th anniversary of the signing of the United Nations Charter and the establishment of one of the world's greatest organizations for peace and the advancement of humanity. As a representative of San Francisco, this anniversary has a particular pride, the people of my city and for me. For it was in San Francisco that we paid host to the Grand Conference of Delegates that wrote the UN Charter. And it was in San Francisco's War Memorial and Performing Arts Center on June 26, 1945, that the charter was signed. On that day, President Harry Truman came to the plenary session to offer his congratulations and his hopes for the future of a new United Nations. He said, "You have created a great instrument for peace and security and human progress in the world." President Truman said that, and the world must use it now. The world must use it now. It was true then, it's true now. 8 decades later, 193 member states have ratified the Charter. That day it was 50, and then Poland joined 51. Now 193 members have ratified the Charter. The world's greatest leaders and thinkers have been among the United Nations representatives. In 1946, United Nations General Assembly delegate and former First Lady Eleanor Roosevelt helped draft the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which builds on President Franklin Roosevelt's commitment to freedom of speech, freedom of religion, freedom from fear, freedom from want. for all people. Throughout its history, the United Nations has worked to end disease, hunger, and poverty. It has sought to advance human rights, human dignity, and opportunities for women and girls. It has focused the world's attention on the plight of refugees and the urgency of the climate crisis with its sustainable development goals. It has been a bulwark for global peace and peacekeeping. And in striving to fulfill the ideals and promises of its charter, the United Nations, related agencies, programs, and staff have been awarded the Nobel Peace Prize 11 times. 11 times. In 1950, Ralph Bunche, an American, became the first person affiliated with the new organization to be awarded the Nobel Peace Prize. In his acceptance speech, he remarked, "I am but one of many cogs in the United Nations, the greatest peace organization ever dedicated to the salvation of mankind's future on Earth." Under the leadership of Secretary General Antonio Guterres, the United Nations remains a strong, resolute, unwavering voice for peace in the world burdened by war. And today, the United Nations is convening a plenary meeting of the General Assembly in New York at the United Nations headquarters to, in their quote, to revive the spirit of San Francisco and once again embrace the ideals that united humanity during the darkest hour, reaffirming our commitment to those values into the future. May we recapture the spirit of solidarity that existed in San Francisco 80 years ago as the United Nations continues to stand as a beacon of peace for the next 80 years and beyond. Since I have a little more time, I want to just tell a personal story. When I was in high school, this would be like a dozen years after the founding of the United Nations, then Senator Kennedy came to Baltimore for a great event. It was the United Nations Association of Maryland dinner honoring someone named Jacob Blaustein, a leader in our civic leader in our community. My father was mayor of Baltimore. My mother, knowing how much I admired the Kennedy family because we were taught by Irish Catholic nuns from Boston, even in Baltimore, Mr. Larson raised his hand, she said, "I don't think I feel well going to the dinner tonight. Why don't you take my place?" Taking her place meant sitting next to Senator Kennedy for this dinner where he was giving the keynote address. There's a picture of that occasion. But why I tell the story is I was a member of United Nations Youth in high school. I was like a junior in high school at the time. And was a table of United Nations Youth. And they came over to me and said, "Since you're a member of United Nations, we invite you to sit with us at our table." Oh my gosh. John F. Kennedy, United Nations Youth. As conflicted as I was, how could I leave a vacant seat next to Senator Kennedy of Massachusetts, soon to become President of the United States? So in any event, as I said at the beginning, this holds a special particular pride for me, personally as well as officially. I yield back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The representative yields back. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Connecticut, Mr. Larson, for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, I want to commend Nancy Pelosi, Speaker Emeritus, for always making good judgments, and sitting next to President Kennedy certainly was one of them as well. But what a great story. And we're here today because oftentimes, Mr. Speaker, as you might know, that there isn't enough bipartisanship. So today I rise, and since the Speaker mentioned President Kennedy, to talk about profiles in courage. And I want to commend the Republicans and my colleagues on the other side of the aisle for the courage they demonstrated when they decided to get rid of Sesame Street. Now, I don't know how many people know this, but a lot of people think that Sesame Street is about the education of children, and especially in rural areas, and teaching the basics like reading, writing, and arithmetic. But our colleagues on the other side have pointed out that no, this is about wokeism, and it has a direct impact on the reconciliation, reconsideration, and inquiries of resolution. Those are 3 R's that I didn't know about. I had to explain to my daughter when she said, "You mean your granddaughter won't see these programs?" I said, "Well," I went to Jim Himes on the Intelligence Committee, and I asked him if he had heard anything about wokeism, or what does woke mean? And Jim said, he looked around the room, he was a little cautious. He said, "Well," he says, "woke means we're okay with Elmo." And I didn't realize that the Republicans had actually broken the code, and so that anyone who is okay with Elmo has got to be suspect of wokeism. And he further said to me, he says, "And we've discovered that this is a real issue." And I said, "But what is the threat that exists here?" Poor Jim, again, he said, I said, "Have there been a classified briefing on this? Are we aware of this?" He said, "No, there's been no classified briefing yet." He said, "But there's grave concern about the Cookie Monster." He said, "Anytime you have monster in your name, the American people ought to be made aware of it, and you ought to be vitally concerned about what kind of havoc this monster could create." I couldn't believe it. Imagine for more than 50 years, they've been providing this kind of education, teaching kids how to read and write and to inquire. But it was all code. This was part of left-wing wokeism. And the Cookie Monster, well, that should have been obvious. And I said, a lot of people are wondering why the Supreme Commander-in-Chief had been talking about Greenland and other invasions and everything like this. And there's grave concern. And I asked Rosa DeLauro if she had heard about this. And, well, she's a known friend of Big Bird. And because of that relationship, she obviously, along with others, is locked into this wokeism that's been plaguing the country. And I didn't even get into the relationship that Joe Courtney had with Bert and Ernie on the Defense Committee. But you can only imagine, and I think, the job and the skill that our colleagues used on the other side to say, we have got to end the public funding of this because of the great threat that this poses to our democracy. How could we possibly let the Cookie Monster run rapid like this? Where was everybody? How did it take so long? But the Supreme Commander was able to figure out, and his willing partners joined with him in making sure that Sesame Street was banned. Congratulations. We're nominating you for Profiles in Courage.
Clause 12A of Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess until noon today.
The House will be in order. The prayer will be offered by Chaplain Gibbon.
Would you pray with me? God of grace and peace, in your mercy, speak into our hearts this day with words of both challenge and encouragement, that we would be neither paralyzed by our pride nor stymied by our despair. For you have commanded us to live in harmony with one another. This is a hard directive to follow. In our hubris, we're inclined to do what is wise in our own sight, failing to appreciate the value of the opposing voice. But in our hopelessness, we look for ways to undermine our adversaries, repaying their evil with our own. Only with your intervention can we choose to do what honors all people. Only by yielding to your judgment can we give up our desire for vengeance. Break into our inclinations for discord, and teach us how to live in harmony. Teach us patience and humility, that even here we could find ways toward a shared purpose, a purpose established in the peace to be found only in you. In the unity of your name we pray. Amen.
The chair has examined the journal of the last day's proceedings and announces the House the approval thereof. Pursuant to Clause 1 of Rule 1, the journal stands approved. Pledge of Allegiance will be led by the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Joyce.
Would you please stand and join in the pledge with me? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The chair will entertain up to 15 requests for 1-minute speeches on each side of the aisle. Purposes, the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to address the House and ask unanimous consent to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I proudly rise to honor former Penn State football player and academic All-Big Ten honoree Jonathan Nabavi as he takes his next steps in his professional career. As the son of Rosemary Nabavi and Abby Nabavi, Jonathan spent his childhood growing up in beautiful State College, Pennsylvania, watching Penn State football games and learning the game. He didn't have to travel too far as he went on to play for the Nittany Lions at Beaver Stadium and graduated from Penn State in 2004. Then he attended the George Washington University Law School, where he earned his degree and later developed a career here on the Capitol Hill. Jonathan's passion for one of Americans' most popular sports carried into his professional life, supporting our largest sport, football, in the NFL. As Jonathan takes the next steps in his career, I wish him, his wife Catherine, their two beautiful daughters, Layla and Eloise, the best of luck in the next chapter of his incredible career. We are Penn State. Thank you, and I yield.
Yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Texas seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I rise to ask for unanimous consent to address the House and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today because there are children in Texas going hungry, and Governor Greg Abbott just made it worse. This week, he vetoed $60 million in state spending for a summer food program that would have helped feed children while school was out. With that one decision, he turned his back on our most vulnerable kids and walked away from $450 million in federal funding that could have helped struggling families across Texas. Texas has the second highest rate of food insecurity in the nation. Number 2, 1 in 4 children in our state face hunger. That's 25% of our children. Let's be clear. How can you claim to be pro-life and then just let children starve? To paraphrase Matthew, quote, "For I was hungry and you gave me something to eat. I was thirsty and you gave me something to drink." Our job is simple. Take care of our kids, feed the hungry, and lift up the families who need us most. I will never stop fighting for them,
expired.
And I will always put people over politics.
Gentlelady's time's expired.
Thank you. I
For
yield
what
back.
purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition?
consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of Tennesseans that I represent who overwhelmingly support President Trump's one big, beautiful bill. The bill delivers for the American people in many ways, not the least of which is border security. Under the last administration, 1,504 Iranians were caught crossing the border illegally. Nearly half of them were released into the country. We still don't know how many of them were on the terror watch list. Think about that. Last month, 0 illegal immigrants were released into the U.S. compared to 62,000 a year ago in May. Indeed, President Trump secured the border in record time, a master class in leadership, without a blank check from Congress. Now it is on the Senate to pass the one big, beautiful bill and give the president the resources he needs to keep the border secure. The bill will fund more boots on the ground, more deportations, and the critical border wall. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Gentleman's time has expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Today I honor the life, the legacy of Mike Rotkin. Mike was a tireless public servant, a principled activist, and a beloved educator in Santa Cruz. As a professor at UCSC, he inspired generations of students to give back to their communities. As a leader, he served at 5 terms as mayor and nearly 25 years on the city council, more than anyone in the history of Santa Cruz. But Mike's impact cannot be measured in titles nor terms. He stood on picket lines, marched for civil rights, fought to save libraries, protected our coastline, and never stopped showing up for our neighbors. And he did it all with civility and hard work, a competitor, but always compassionate and considerate. If you disagreed with him, he was never confrontational. Instead, he took the high road, worked hard, and always found common ground. I was proud to have not just his political support, but I was also so pleased that I could call Mike a personal friend. So although we in the Santa Cruz community are moved by his loss, I stand here today, just as we stand together in Santa Cruz, inspired to serve by his legacy and the spirit of Mike Rotkin. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today in strong support of the EMS Counts Act, a bipartisan, common-sense solution to a critical and longstanding oversight in how we value our first responders. Prior to serving in Congress, I spent decades as a volunteer firefighter and an EMT, and I recognize and value the commitment these individuals have to their communities. Currently, the Bureau of Labor Statistics fails to count firefighter EMTs and firefighter paramedics as part of the EMS workforce, which skews the data, mass staffing shortages, and complicates funding decisions and hinders emergency preparedness. Correcting outdated classifications is important because without an accurate count on the number of EMTs, paramedics, and other emergency service providers, it creates a challenge to adequately meet the health and safety needs of our communities. Accurate workforce data is not just numbers, it's the foundation for equitable funding, targeted training, disaster responsiveness, and enhanced workplace safety. It empowers us to stand behind the men and women who respond to more than 22 million emergencies each year. Mr. Speaker, passing the EMS Counts Act is a decisive step towards recognizing and strengthening this indispensable part of our public safety infrastructure. I urge my colleagues to join me in support.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Chair recognizes the gentleman from North Carolina. For what purpose do you seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to highlight the voices of our local farmers. During a tour of the Brown family farms and produce, we met with fourth-generation farmer Patrick Brown, former United States Representative Eva Clayton, a group of local farmers, agriculture leaders, and advocates to discuss the future of farming in eastern North Carolina. Brown Family Farms was established in 1865 and is a family-run operation rooted in rich tradition and innovation. During the tour, we discussed the challenges farmers are facing and the importance of passing a farm bill. Our farmers deserve to be heard. Their voices must guide us to meet the needs of the American people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes, gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nuclear power is almost an untapped source from what it could be in this country. It's just under 20% of the power grid, yet when we're talking about trying to eliminate CO2 to get our number down from 0.04% of CO2, nuclear power presents one of the best ways we can accomplish that and also have base load power that you can rely on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, instead of waiting for the sun to come up or for the wind to blow. It indeed is something that needs to be embraced much more, but we all have other things to do too, because in just a couple of years, imported uranium from Russia is going to be cut off. Therefore, 20% of our uranium stocks are going to go down with it no longer being imported from Russia. What's that mean for us? We need to get to mining in this country again. We need to produce it here in the USA. We need to get cracking on making uranium usable and part of our power grid, because power is going to increase in its demand with data centers and so much more things, or California trying to electrify everything. We're going to need a heck of a lot more power, and nuclear power is going to be a very important component for base load, reliable power to do so. I yield back.
Does the gentlelady from Michigan seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
I want to recognize Caribbean American Heritage Month, celebrating the culture, contribution, and the history of the Caribbean Americans throughout the Michigan's 12th Congressional District and across the country. Caribbean American Heritage Month first was recognized in 2005, was established after years of global efforts to uplift our Caribbean American neighbors. Their vibrant culture and contributions to our country and throughout the 12th Congressional District has uplifted many of our communities. The Caribbean communities in Northwest Detroit, as well as in the city of Inkster and throughout Western Wayne and Oakland County, have created powerful legacies through food, beauty businesses, fresh markets, nonprofits working to care for our families and new immigrants. Caribbean Community Services in my district, a nonprofit organization, has done an outstanding job in uplifting Caribbean history. Through their engaging events, Mr. Speaker, they have celebrated the rich culture heritage of the Caribbean and the significant impact on our communities. Please join me in ensuring that Caribbean American neighbors throughout our country are recognized as we celebrate this month.
Gentlelady yields back. For what purposes, gentleman from Georgia seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize an outstanding team from Savannah, Georgia, the dedicated staff of WTOC-TV, and congratulate them on their recent Emmy Award win at the 2025 Southeast Emmy Awards. This remarkable team was honored with the award for Best Morning Newscast in a Smaller Market, recognizing their exceptional coverage of Savannah's 200th St. Patrick's Day celebration, a signature event in the city's history and culture. WTOC-TV represents the very best in local journalism, combining heart, hustle, and hometown pride. Covering Savannah St. Patrick Day is no small task. It's an all-hands-on-deck event that calls for every morning, late night, and unwavering dedication. Everyone involved in that broadcast played a vital role, from producers and anchors to editors, photographers, and technical staff. It was truly a team effort, and it showed. These individuals displayed incredible skill in their respective professions, but also in communication and collaboration with each other. WTOC's achievement stands as a shining example of professionalism, collaboration, and a deep commitment to fostering a well-informed community. It is an honor to recognize and congratulate this team today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purposes representative from Delaware seek recognition?
To address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks as necessary.
Without objection, the representative from Delaware is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last week, I had the privilege of visiting the Wilmington Police Athletic League, a place where community and opportunity are shaping the next generation of Delawareans. For 23 years, the Wilmington PAL has served as a safe haven for young people in Wilmington and Newcastle County, supporting more than 42,000 youth with after-school programming, summer enrichment, and early childhood education. Their mission, building brighter futures, engaging with public safety, and empowering families, is more than a slogan. It's a daily practice. Through their work, the Wilmington PAL supports children from infancy through high school, ensuring every child they serve has the tools to grow, thrive, and contribute to our state of neighbors. Recently, they expanded their work to support seniors in Delaware. Organizations like the Wilmington PAL remind us that public safety and public opportunity go hand in hand. I'm proud to stand with them, and I'll keep working with my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to expand the resources that make their mission possible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back the balance of my time.
Representative yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Guam seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with great honor to recognize War Survivor Remembrance Day. From 1941 to 1944, Imperial Japanese soldiers occupied Guam and forced our ancestors through hardship and unspeakable violence that has left scars long after the war. In the face of darkness, it was our people's quiet resistance and sense of community that enabled us to survive. To our greatest generation, thank you for preserving and rebuilding our community on the foundation of family and cultural virtues. Words will never fully capture the severity or intensity of your experience, but know our gratitude is immense. As we honor this day, let us not dwell on the horrors of war, but rather celebrate the unwavering spirit and strength of the generation that carried our people through a truly difficult time. May this inspire future generations to do the same in the face of unspeakable hardship. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentlelady from Massachusetts seek recognition?
1 minute.
Without objection, the gentlelady is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize the traumatic loss of life around the world and to reaffirm a simple truth. Our destinies are tied. Too often in moments of crisis, we are bombarded with abstract numbers and detached headlines describing casualties and missiles, but behind every number is a name, and behind every headline is a story of a little girl whispering prayers beneath her blanket, hoping the night sky stays quiet. A story of a father digging through rubble, his hands bloody, desperately searching for his wife and child. Nations are not just governments and regimes. They are people. They are mothers, sons, teachers, taxi drivers, people whose story echo our own because they are us. No matter where someone is born or what language they speak, our grief over losing a loved one is the same. We are bound together by that shared humanity, so we must be relentless in our commitment to peace. Peace rooted in diplomacy, peace that's sustained with dialogue, and peace that insists, without exception, that every single life matters. From Boston to the Middle East, our destinies are tied, and everyone deserves to live free from fear and know peace. Thank you.
Gentlelady's time's expired. For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Ask unanimous consent to address the House. Unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On May 22nd, House Republicans passed their budget bill, which would make major cuts to the Pell Grant program in order to finance tax breaks for the ultra-wealthy. This would be one of the largest transfers of multi-generational wealth in the history of the country. Pell Grants are awarded to help low-income students afford the cost of higher education so that they can focus on their coursework. Republican changes would force students with disabilities, students with jobs, and primary caregivers to increase their course load to risk losing their Pell Grant awards. Over 5,000 students in the district I represent, Northern California, receive Pell Grants. A study by the Center of Economic Policy Research found that average income in a community rises by 2.5% for every 1% increase in Pell Grants. We should focus on making education more accessible and doubling the maximum Pell Grant, not cutting off support for students who need it the most for people who need support the least. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the representative from Puerto Rico seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to honor the life of Ramon Luis Rivera on his remarkable 96th birthday. Ramon Luis was the transformative mayor of Bayamón, Puerto Rico, from 1976 to 2000. A member of my opposition party, he won the hearts of voters across party lines as he led his city for nearly 3 decades. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. Now I will switch to Spanish very briefly so that my constituents, for ease of my constituents. Hoy me paro aquí para honrar la vida de Ramón Luis Rivera Padre en su cumpleaños número 96. Ramón Luis Rivera fue el alcalde transformador de Bayamón, Puerto Rico, desde 1976 al 2000. Un miembro del partido de oposición al mío, se ganó el corazón de electores y de sus constituyentes más allá de líneas partidistas mientras conducía los destinos de su ciudad por alrededor de 3 décadas. Felicidades, señor alcalde. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. For what purpose does the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant of House Resolution 530, I call up H.R. 875 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
Clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 19, H.R. 875, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed an offense for driving while intoxicated or impaired are inadmissible and deportable.
Pursuant to House Resolution 530, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on the Judiciary, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill as amended is considered read. The bill as amended shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on the Judiciary or their respective designees. The gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore, and the gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Raskin, each will control 30 minutes. The chair now recognizes the gentleman from Alabama, Mr. Moore.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to insert extraneous material on H.R. 875.
Without objection, so ordered.
I yield myself as much time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized for as much time as he may consume.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today we consider a simple, common sense bill that says if you're a guest in our country and you drive drunk, you should in fact be deported. Now to the average American, passing this bill is a no-brainer. Even in a polarized time, Democrats should be able to join Republicans and unanimously support such reasonable legislation. After all, deporting dangerous criminals is a rational, normal, and coherent step that this House should take. Unfortunately, I am skeptical that we will see much agreement from my Democrat colleagues on this bill. Regardless, I am thankful the House is considering H.R. 875, the Jeremy and Angel C. and Sergeant Brendan Mendoza Protect Our Communities from DUIs Act, a bill that I introduced last Congress and again this Congress. Every 45 minutes, that is how often someone in the United States dies in a crash involving an alcohol-impaired driver. In 2022 alone, there were 13,524 alcohol-impaired driving fatalities. In 2020, drunk driving crashes led to nearly 400,000 injuries. Those crashes do not discriminate, Mr. Speaker. The victim could be me, it could be you, it could be any one of our families or in our communities. This issue hits home, it hits close for me. There was a newlywed couple from my hometown of Enterprise, Alabama, named Angel and Jeremy C. I knew this couple personally, knew their family, played ball with their dad. Angel and Jeremy were riding a motorcycle together when out of nowhere, an illegal alien under the influence of alcohol collided into the newlyweds with his pickup. Their lives were cut short by this senseless act. Tragedies like this are not uncommon across this country. In December of 2023, an illegal alien killed a 46-year-old woman and her 16-year-old son in Bloomfield, Colorado, when he drove his truck up to 100 miles an hour and ran into the victim's vehicle, causing it to then crash into a tree. Despite having five previous DUI convictions, a Boulder, Colorado county judge sentenced this illegal alien to probation, community service, and released him on December 8th of 2023. In relation to those 2 convictions, just 4 days before the drunk driver crashed and killed the mother and her son. Or consider the case in Florida, where just earlier this year, an illegal alien
from Mexico was arrested for his third DUI after he hit and killed a kindergartner. In Texas, in December of 2024, an illegal alien killed a 7-year-old girl after he drove drunk, crashed into the car that was being driven by the girl's mother. Just months earlier, under the Biden-Harris administration, ICE had lifted the detainer, which had previously been lodged against this illegal alien after he was arrested for assaulting a family member in June of 2024. H.R. 875 makes common sense changes to immigration laws to make an alien who is convicted or who admits driving under the influence inadmissible. It also makes an alien convicted of doing so removable. In fact, 59 Democrats voted in favor of this legislation when I brought it to the House floor last February. If you're a guest in our country and you drive drunk, you should be removed from this country, period. Drunk drivers are involved in 31% of all crash deaths in this country. On average, drunk driving killed roughly 11,000 people in the United States every year between 2012 and 2022. Yet current immigration law does not make aliens inadmissible or removable if they drive drunk and recklessly break our laws. My colleagues across the aisle will undoubtedly argue that this bill is unnecessary because current law already makes DUI inadmissible and an deportable offense. But if that's the case, then why would they oppose this bill? Even more, their claim that this bill is redundant could not be further from the truth. Although some aliens who commit DUIs, such as those who kill or injure innocent victims, may be found inadmissible and they may be removable, but a vast majority of the aliens with DUI convictions escape immigration consequences. In fact, on its website just last year, the Biden-Harris administration's U.S. Customs and Border Protection clearly stated, a single driving under the influence DUI conviction is not grounds to deny entry into the United States. Moreover, the Board of Immigration and Appeals has held that a simple DUI offense is not a crime involving moral turpitude, and that would make an alien removable from the United States. Yet, as we know, any drunk driver event can lead to death with the consequences that are far from what they call simple. And we shouldn't have to wait for repeat drunk drivers to injure someone or kill before they are deported. That is why H.R. 875 is so imperative. It creates safer streets, safer communities for all of us. And I urge my colleagues to support this bill, and I'll reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman from Alabama reserves. What purpose, gentleman from Maryland? Gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll yield myself such time as it may consume. Greetings, Mr. Moore. With this strained legislation, we are bumping into two major social problems: deadly drunk driving on our roads and a broken immigration system. But alas, we're not doing anything to solve either problem. The bill pretends to do something about both of them, but it really does little or nothing about either of them. We lose 11,000 people a year to drunk driving crashes. More than 1 million people are arrested on DUI charges every year, Mr. Speaker. I lost a beloved cousin of mine in Florida who was in the prime of her life just after graduating from college when she was killed by a drunk driver while she was riding a bicycle on the roads of Florida. So I take this issue very seriously of drunk driving, and I've worked on it fastidiously for a long time in my career. There's a lot we could do in Congress to improve safety on the streets, including imposing a nationwide mandatory ignition interlock device on the cars of all convicted drunk drivers. We did that in my state of Maryland after fighting the liquor lobby for a long time, but we finally got that done. We could also pass my bill, the Sarah Deppink Langenkamp Active Transportation Safety Act, which would support state and local government efforts to build safer transportation networks for bicyclists and for pedestrians. Unfortunately, this bill doesn't do anything like that. Indeed, it's hard to see how it will reduce drunk driving at all. It's obviously not a serious attempt to address the social problem of drunk driving. It does not increase criminal penalties for DUI anywhere in the country, and it does nothing to promote public education about the dangers of drunk driving. It will sadly improve nothing on the roads. As an immigration law, it does nothing to make it more difficult for undocumented people to enter our country unlawfully, nor does it make it easier for people to acquire the documents to enter the country legally. It is a purely punitive measure, and it's both radically under-inclusive and radically overbroad. It only targets the very tiny fraction of all DUI violations in the country committed by non-citizens, and does nothing to crack down on drunk driving by citizens who are responsible for the vast majority of it. Immigrants who drive drunk are already covered by the criminal law, and the undocumented ones are already categorically deportable. They don't need to drive drunk to be deported. They are deportable now because they are not in the country lawfully. Additionally, because of the breadth of DUI statutes around the country, this legislation will render deportable people who never drove drunk at all without any opportunity for judicial discretion or waiver. Under current immigration law, undocumented people are already both inadmissible and deportable. Furthermore, conviction for serious DUIs already render even lawful permanent residents who've been in the country for decades potentially deportable and inadmissible in the first instance. Under the Immigration and Nationality Act, any non-citizen who is convicted of or who admits to a crime involving moral turpitude, a so-called CIMT, is generally inadmissible to the country. Likewise, any non-citizen who's convicted of a crime involving moral turpitude, where a sentence of 1 year or longer may be imposed, is deportable from the country. So serious DUI offenses are already deportable crimes under current law. The following DUI offenses are all considered crimes involving moral turpitude. Any DUI where the maximum possible penalty is a year or more and where there is serious bodily harm, hit and runs, any aggravated DUI, and any DUI involving driving with knowledge of having an invalid, suspended, or revoked license. But this bill goes far beyond even this very stringent current law by making permanent resident green card holders deportable for a single infraction, even where no one is hurt and no property is damaged. This will lead to some very harsh results. In Arizona, sleeping in your car while drunk without even starting the car can get you convicted of a misdemeanor DUI. And under this bill, a single conviction for even that offense would make a 20-year permanent resident of America, a green card holder, deportable from the country. That person is rightfully deportable if they engage in an act of drunk driving that hurts someone or kills someone, but that's the law today. Or if they drive drunk without a license, but that's the law today. And an undocumented alien is, of course, deportable in all cases. So you don't need a statute to deport them for falling asleep drunk in their car. Today, there are nearly 13 million green card holders, permanent residents in the United States. These are people who have followed all the rules. We're not talking about undocumented people who are here unlawfully. They're already taken care of. But there are 13 million green card holders in the United States, with 9 million eligible to become citizens now. Categorically deporting individuals who are convicted for any DUI offense without any regard for the severity or consequence simply defies common sense. This legislation on a tiny subset of criminal events distracts from the real problem. My distinguished colleague has invoked several terrible drunk driving incidents by repeat offenders who are undocumented. They should have been deported from the country long ago. My colleague is talking about people who drunk drive and kill people. That's already a deportable and inadmissible offense. So that's not what the meaning of this legislation is. Let's look at what a tiny slice of criminal events we're talking about and ask whether, in fact, that's something that advances public policy. I don't think it does. Let's work together to impose compulsory ignition interlock devices on the cars of all convicted drunk drivers, including the overwhelming majority who are U.S. citizens, and let's really make the roads safer and stop the repetitive scapegoating of immigrants. We can address DUIs in a serious way here in Congress if we're serious about the issue. That's what I did as a state senator in Maryland. We could do that across the country, Madam Speaker, and I will reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to yield 3 minutes to my good friend from Georgia, Mr. Carter.
Gentleman is recognized.
I thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, I rise today in strong support of H.R. 875, the Jeremy and Angel C. and Sergeant Brandon Mendoza Protect Our Communities from DUIs Act of 2025. This piece of legislation is crucial to restoring common sense to our nation's judicial system. Over the past 4 years, the Biden administration has allowed millions of undocumented immigrants to pour into our country. Along with zero oversight and accountability for the crisis, the Biden administration allowed illegal immigrants to stay in the country, even after committing horrible crimes. This piece of legislation would give the courts the ability to deport illegal aliens from America and bar them from reentry if they are convicted of a DUI or a DUI-related charge. This issue hits home for me. In my district, a 15-year-old girl and her grandmother were killed by an illegal alien who was driving drunk. This was a terrible, avoidable tragedy, and sadly, true justice was not served. The assailant only received 15 years per death and will be out to roam free in America by the time he is 67 years old. Madam Speaker, this was in Nahunta, Georgia, in Brantley County, in my district. I met with the grandmother, the other grandmother of this child, who shared with me the grief that this family has gone through since that time. There's no reason at all that this should have happened. There's no reason for the American taxpayer to have to fund the incarceration of this person or any other programs to help him get back on the streets of Georgia. Though my example is the worst outcome possible, illegal aliens should not be able to stay in America with a minor penalty for driving under the influence in the first place. This legislation would close this loophole, and I thank the gentleman for Alabama for doing this, for bringing this forward. It would close that loophole that allows illegal aliens to get off lightly when committing fatal acts such as vehicular manslaughter under the influence. I urge my colleagues to vote in support of this legislation to help bring back common sense to our immigration and legal systems after these 4 years of pure chaos. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
Madam Speaker, I reserve.
The gentleman from Alabama reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The distinguished gentleman from Georgia has just offered us a vivid demonstration of what's wrong with this bill and how the rhetoric supporting it doesn't support the bill. He describes an indescribably tragic, terrible case where an undocumented alien is driving a car and kills people in the gentleman's district. First of all, that person already could be deported just by virtue of being undocumented. Secondly, under current law, having killed someone, he would be immediately deportable. So he was convicted of his offense, sentenced to jail, and he would be deported immediately upon leaving. And in fact, the president could commute his sentence, which is what he's been doing, and have him deported right now. You don't need this bill in order to make that happen. And so that is a demonstration of why this is superfluous legislation. All it does is to say, in a case where, say, nobody is hurt at all, the case of somebody who's asleep in their car in Arizona, for example. There are statutes like that where you don't even have to be in a moving vehicle if you're drunk inside the vehicle. That person, nobody's hurt, there's no property damage. That person could be deported as a permanent resident, even if they've been here for 20 years and their kids are in school, they have nothing else on their record. So that's all this bill is doing, is an opportunity to get up and make speeches about how we're going to get rid of people who kill people in their cars as drunk drivers. That's already the law. And so what I'm saying is if we're going to take the time on the floor to deal with the problem of drunk driving, and again, I take this very seriously because I lost a cousin to drunk driver who's a U.S. citizen, not a non-citizen, and the vast majority of drunk driving incidents occur because of citizens, not because of non-citizens, because the vast majority of the people in the country are here legally as citizens. Well, then let's do a serious thing. Let's say anybody convicted in the country, a U.S. citizen, a permanent resident, or an unlawful person who is somehow still in the country, must have a permanent ignition interlock device put on their car. Now, obviously, the undocumented person's just going to be deported. Fine. Now, what about everybody else? Should convicted drunk drivers be able to just go back out on the road? And this is the fight I had with Republicans in Annapolis when I was a state senator. They were the ones saying, well, that's too harsh a punishment. And I'm saying to them, no, maybe it's painful that you got to go through the ignition interlock device, which says you do the breathalyzer in your car before you can drive again. They say that's painful to have to do that every morning and going back from work. That doesn't compare to the pain of someone who loses a mother, a father, a son, a daughter, a cousin, an uncle, an aunt, or what have you. But if we want to deal with drunk driving, let's seriously deal with drunk driving. And this legislation is not the way to do it. I'm going to yield 5 minutes to the distinguished gentlelady from the state of Washington.
The lady is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in strong opposition to H.R. 875. I, too, take DUIs extremely seriously. According to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, approximately 37 people die in drunk driving incidents every day in the United States. And as the ranking member has just been noting, there are many things that we can and should do to prevent driving under the influence. But also, as the ranking member has pointed out, all of these truly horrifying and tragic stories that we're hearing about from the other side are stories that already render an immigrant deportable right now. If you kill somebody right now, you serve your time and then you are deported. We just had a hearing this morning on how the Trump administration is literally dismissing cases for people who are in a legal process for immigration just so they can deport them. So they can certainly do that for somebody who has been convicted of drunk driving and is serving out their sentence. They could commute that they could take that case and deport that person immediately if they wanted to. Scapegoating immigrants is what this bill does. It scapegoats immigrants by making a single misdemeanor DUI subject to the extremely serious punishment of deportation. Is simply not an appropriate response. The bill also applies to all immigrants, including lawful permanent residents, people who Republican colleagues across the aisle have claimed to like, the ones that they said came here the right way. And it gives no recognition whatsoever to the patchwork of differences and overbroad statutes of what actually constitutes a DUI across the country in different states. It's important to recognize first that serious public safety threats are already deportable offenses. We've been talking about this, but it's important to say it again because, again, the cases that are being brought up are cases where those people are already deportable. Under current immigration law, many serious DUI crimes are considered what is called a crime involving moral turpitude, and therefore already makes someone removable or inadmissible. But this bill does not recognize how widely DUI laws differ across the country and the extremely low bar that is set to receive a DUI conviction in some states. For example, in Arizona, the DUI statute allows people to be charged with a DUI if they're intoxicated and have, quote, physical control of their vehicle. And this issue came to a head in the Ninth Circuit, which, in reviewing an appeal of a removal case for a non-citizen who was charged under this law, found that the physical control language meant that under this statute, and I quote now, one may be convicted under it for sitting in one's own car, in one's own driveway, with the key in the ignition and a bottle of beer in one's hand. While this person in this case had been ordered deported because his conviction under Arizona's law constituted a crime involving moral turpitude, the Ninth Circuit overturned that ruling because the actions covered by the law could not all reasonably be seen as crimes involving moral turpitude. As the court put it, and this is a quote,
Drunken driving is despicable. Having physical control of a car while drinking is not. If this bill had been law at the time, the case would have never reached the Ninth Circuit because no judge would have had the discretion to rule whether this so-called crime merited deportation. This bill would prevent judges from being able to decide if the punishment fits the crime. In my home state of Washington, we have a similar law where someone can be convicted of a misdemeanor DUI without actually driving a vehicle. And while Republicans might wave away our concerns by saying that prosecutors have the discretion to not bring charges under these circumstances, we know about this case precisely because prosecutors chose to file charges and it went to court. This bill does not recognize that under these overbroad DUI statutes, individuals who have made a conscious choice not to drive, they've gone to a party, they've had a couple of beers, they realize they should not be driving, so they go and they sit in their car to sleep it off. Under this bill, those people who have made that conscious choice not to drive impaired may be charged with DUIs simply for sleeping in their car. And so to my Republican colleagues, how many of you have constituents or friends or neighbors who have sat in their cars after leaving the bar to stay warm? We know how cold Midwest winters get. Should we really be criminalizing people for staying warm in their cars and sleeping off a hangover? Under this bill, people would now be subjected to deportation. Now, during markup and at rules, I submitted an amendment.
The gentlelady's time has expired.
I'll yield the gentlelady an additional minute.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. Under this bill, during markup and at rules, I submitted an amendment to ensure that immigration judges have the discretion to decide if a DUI conviction actually merits deportation for green card holders and others here lawfully. It would have allowed judges to merely consider mitigating factors, such as if anyone was harmed or the length of time since they were convicted of a DUI. This is a common sense amendment that would have made the bill substantially fairer, but unfortunately the amendment was rejected. There are members and former members of this body, right here in Congress, who have been arrested and convicted of a DUI, and I would just ask that the charity and the grace that we extend for second chances to people would extend also to those green card holders, including those who have been here for decades. Let's just give a chance for a judge to determine whether their conviction merited deportation, let alone that second chance. This bill does nothing but scapegoat immigrants for so-called DUIs.
Time has expired.
I urge my colleagues to reject the bill.
And I reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 3 minutes to my friend from California, Mr. McClintock.
Gentleman's recognized.
Madam Speaker, this bill presents a very simple proposition. Should someone who is a guest in this country, who endangers Americans while driving drunk, be allowed to stay in this country? The Republicans say, of course not. And the Democrats say, sure, why not? This ought to be a no-brainer, especially after so many incidents of preventable DUI traffic deaths involving foreign nationals. Mr. Moore and Mr. Carter mentioned a few of the cases of aliens with multiple drunk driving offenses released time and time again and not deported while the butcher's bill steadily grows. Why are such people allowed to remain in our country? Because the Democrats want it that way. In 2020, Joe Biden said that illegal aliens with DUI convictions should be allowed to stay in the United States. He said, quote, "You only arrest for the purpose of dealing with a felony that's committed, and I don't count drunk driving as a felony." When Republicans tried to enact this law in 2021, then Democratic Judiciary Chairman Jerry Nadler opposed any limit to DUI convictions. He said, quote, "Whether someone has 2 or 6 or 10 or 20 convictions of DUI 30 years ago, someone can change." Which, of course, begs the question, how many have to die before they change? Through so many of these debates, the Democrats have consistently supported open borders, sanctuary laws that shield violent criminals, and even modest measures like this one that says we shouldn't have to tolerate guests in this country who recklessly endanger our families. In fact, now they're telling us that in order to stop their riots, we have to stop enforcing our existing immigration laws. Madam Speaker, the American people need to take note of debates like this because none more clearly differentiate the two political parties today. I yield back.
The gentleman from Alabama.
Madam Speaker, we have no more speakers, but I'm going to reserve and yield.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. One can only regard with amazement the high indignation which the previous gentleman speaker just mobilized against the Democrats in Congress. He accuses us of not taking DUI seriously, and nothing he said could provide a more striking contrast between the parties. Well, I'm afraid I have to go there. I was hoping not to have to go there, but I seem to remember when we were met in joint session at what would have been a State of the Union address in this year of 2025. And we left the chamber after several years of, several hours of President Trump's speech, and we got outside, and then a car plowed into the back of a parked police cruiser. And the police descend on the situation. The door opens up. The driver staggers out. It turns out it's the chief of staff to Speaker Mike Johnson, who then is administered the breathalyzer test, and he's got DWI. He's driving while drunk, or maybe it's DUI, driving under the influence in the District of Columbia. And Speaker Johnson immediately says everybody deserves a second chance and we should forgive him. So we didn't make a big deal out of that. We've got a law right now which allows for the deportation and the inadmissibility of anybody who goes out and drives drunk and injures somebody. And if you're here unlawfully, you're kicked out anyway. So we're talking about permanent residence to the country. If you go out and you get in a DUI and you injure somebody, you're deported immediately from the country. So now they talk about all those cases. Those cases are already covered. What we're talking about is cases where, say, somebody's not injured at all. There's no property damage at all, and they want to deport those people even if they've got family, they've been in the country for 15 or 20 years. They don't even want to give any discretion to the judge to decide. So that's what the disagreement is about, this very small matter in a small number of cases where nobody is injured. But if the distinguished gentleman and his colleagues are really interested in doing something about drunk driving in America, let's use this as the occasion to do it. We've got a bill, which is a bipartisan bill, which is called the No DWI Act. And it's been introduced by Mr. Mann, who's from Kansas, Mr. Pappas, who's in my party from New Hampshire, Mr. Smith, who's in their party from New Jersey, and by myself. We're the lead co-sponsors. And what it says is if your state's going to get federal funding for highways, then if somebody is convicted for drunk driving in your state, there must be a compulsory ignition interlock device installed in the car. What does that mean? Well, for a period of time after you've been convicted of drunk driving, you've got to breathe into a breathalyzer machine before your car will start. And some of our colleagues say that's too much, that's too painful for them to go through that. No, it's too painful for us to be losing thousands of people on the streets every year to drunk drivers. So if we're serious about the problem, the gentleman invites us to be serious about it. Let's be serious about it. Let's do what a majority of the states have done. Let's make this a nationwide program. Compulsory ignition interlock device is saving lives across the country. I think in 31 states now and in the District of Columbia. Why don't we do that? Why don't we do something real rather than talk about cases that have nothing to do with the bill, because already if you go out and kill somebody in your car, you're going to be deported from the country, whether you're a lawful permanent resident or you're an undocumented person and you could have been deported anyway. That's already taken care of. So I know that those are the lurid episodes that we want to invoke for this legislation, but that's not what this legislation is about. And in any event, it doesn't do anything to reduce drunk driving in America. Let's reduce drunk driving in America. Could we get behind this bipartisan legislation? I'll reserve.
The gentleman from Maryland reserves. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we're prepared to close and reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from Maryland is recognized.
And I have no more speakers, Madam Speaker, so I'm ready to close as well.
The gentleman is recognized.
So, Madam Speaker, forgive my emotion, but drunk driving, for those of us whose families have experienced it, who've lost people on the roads, is a problem of immense magnitude and seriousness. It changes the lives of families all across the country all of the time. And I wish our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee would bring out the NDWI legislation to spread the compulsory ignition interlock device around the country. A majority of states and jurisdictions are using it right now. It's working. It should be nationwide. We can save literally thousands of lives by doing that, because it's a very, very small percentage of the population that engages in the profoundly antisocial act of driving drunk. And those who are undocumented, they're already covered and they're already gone. Those who go out and seriously hurt people or kill people, they're already gone. That's already deportable. That's already inadmissible. So this legislation, in an effort to try to find another way to go out and demonize and vilify immigrants, is now picking on people who are permanent residents of the country, that have been here for decades with their families. They get a DUI, which is a terrible thing regardless, but they get a DUI and nobody's hurt and there's no property damage, and then they just want to deport those people from the country. Okay, so we want to kick those people out of the country, and I presume they've got their votes together. They'll vote for it, and I presume it passes. It doesn't do anything to deal with the problem of drunk driving in America. The vast majority of drunk driving episodes have nothing to do with a permanent resident who drives drunk and doesn't hurt anybody. That's not where we're losing lives. We're losing lives because there's a small percentage of the people who drive drunk repeatedly. The vast majority of them are citizens, and we're not taking that seriously enough. But a lot of states are. In fact, a majority of the states have now imposed the compulsory ignition interlock device on people who've driven drunk and are convicted of it. That's what we should be working on. That's something that will actually effectuate a change and make a difference. Why can't we do that? Why can't we do that? That's all I say to my colleague. I hope that he will join us in this legislation. It's bipartisan legislation that comes from the gentleman from Kansas, Mr. Mann, and the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Smith. I'm on it. We've got Republicans. We've got Democrats. Why don't we do something real to make the roads in America safer? And with that, I yield my time, and I thank you for your indulgence, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman yields. The gentleman from Alabama is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I want to remind our colleagues that 59 Democrats voted for this legislation last February when I brought it. And we cannot wait until an illegal driving drunk kills a family member, a member of our community. Time and time again, Mothers Against Drunk Driving says on a DUI, normally it's 80 times they've been arrested for DUI before they're actually caught. No, they drive drunk 80 times before they're caught. Statistics show that at least a dozen times people drive drunk before they're caught. So that's why we saw in Florida the third time an illegal had a DUI was when he had killed a kindergartner. The fifth time in Colorado, the judge released him 4 days before the illegal killed a mother and her 16-year-old son. I had a judge, a friend of mine, who texted me the other night and thanked me for this piece of legislation. He's no longer on the bench. But he said in the last administration, he knew in the courtroom, when that illegal got the DUI and he turned them over to ICE, they went out, they got in a white van, they drove off and did not retain them. Time and time again, our communities are suffering because we are not taking these people and holding them account and getting them out of this country. So I'd encourage my colleagues to get behind this legislation. Americans look to Congress for solutions to real problems. Despite what my colleagues on the other side have argued today, drunk driving by aliens is an issue in this country that must be addressed. This bill does so. Making guests in our country inadmissible to and removable from the United States because they've endangered our communities by driving drunk is just plain common sense. The Jeremy and Angel C. and Sergeant Brandon Mendoza Protect Our Communities from DUIs Act of 2025 is straightforward, and I urge my colleagues to support it. And with that, Madam Speaker or Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The question is on passage of the bill. For debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 530, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to amend Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed an offense for driving while intoxicated or impaired are inadmissible and deportable.
The question is on passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those in favor say no. The ayes have it. The bill is passed, and without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
Call for the ayes and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested.
Okay.
Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to House Resolution 530, I call up H.R. 275 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar Number 130, H.R. 275, a bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to publish on a monthly basis the number of special interest aliens encountered attempting to unlawfully enter the United States and for other purposes.
Pursuant to House Resolution 530, the amendment in the nature of a substitute recommended by the Committee on Homeland Security, printed in the bill, is adopted, and the bill, as amended, is considered read. The bill, as amended, shall be debatable for 1 hour, equally divided and controlled by the chair and ranking minority member of the Committee on Homeland Security or their respective designees. The gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green, and the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, each will control 30 minutes. The chair recognizes the gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Green.
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all members have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and to include extraneous material on H.R. 275.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I rise in strong support of H.R. 275, the Special Interest Alien Reporting Act of 2025. This legislation is a critical step toward enhancing transparency and ensuring the Department of Homeland Security provides accurate and timely reporting to the American people regarding encounters with special interest aliens attempting to illegally enter the United States. As chairman of the Committee on Homeland Security, I fully support this effort to strengthen oversight and accountability within DHS and safeguard our national security. Under the Biden-Harris administration's dangerous open borders policy, droves of special interest aliens, nearly 2 million, and many of them leveraging illicit smuggling networks and irregular migration patterns flocked to our borders and exploited catch and release policies to access the interior of our country. The American people deserve to know not just how many entered our country and when, but where they came from. Fundamentally, this bill simply requires DHS to publicly report on how many special interest aliens were encountered, their country of origin, and their last country of residence before trying to enter the United States illegally. The genius of this bill is that DHS can simply add it to the statistics it already reports on a monthly basis. This avoids any burdensome or duplicative reporting requirements for the department. Also, by simply reporting the number and nationality of SIA encounters at our borders, it has no impact on the integrity of ongoing anti-terrorism investigations and efforts of federal law enforcement. Moreover, access to accurate information is critical for Congress to effectively conduct proper oversight, promote national security measures, and protect our American communities from the threats that special interest aliens pose. I simply cannot overstate the importance of passing this legislation, especially given the recent activity in the Middle East. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of this bill, and I'm grateful for the gentlewoman from Georgia, Ms. Green, for bringing forth this important piece of legislation and for the support of following co-sponsors, Mr. Higgins, Mr. Guest, Mr. Pfluger, Mr. Crane, and Mr. Burkeen. Thank you, and I reserve the balance of my time.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, this bill is not good for the national security. That's plain and simple. This bill would require Customs and Border Protection to publish sensitive, detailed national security information on a monthly basis. And this information would give the bad guys around the world real-time updates on what DHS operations and targeting are on a real-time basis. Let's be clear. A special interest alien, an SIA, does not mean someone who's a terrorist. It just means that someone's travel patterns indicate a need for further scrutiny. It means they need more detailed questioning to determine what is going on. During markup and during Rules Committee, we heard from my Republican colleagues how the department already publishes information about known and suspected terrorists. That is true. But this bill demands that DHS post far more detailed information about special interest aliens than DHS publishes about known suspected terrorists. Today, DHS publishes suspected terrorist information on a monthly basis, broken down by Border Patrol and ports of entry. No other data is published. Here, my colleague from Georgia wants DHS to publish more information about special interest aliens than they publish about suspected terrorists. For special interest aliens, she also wants information published in real time about where they're from and where they're encountered. If Ms. Green's bill were to mirror what we report on suspected terrorists, I would be happy to support it. But that's simply not the case here. By publishing this information in real time, the bad actors would be able to tell who's getting advanced screening from CBP. They will also be able to tell which locations have been the most successful in interdicting those migrants that need enhanced screening. Bad actors will adjust their operations in response and try to avoid extra screening, which will only hurt our national security. And please note, DHS has never publicly released these numbers on a real-time basis because these numbers are essentially sensitive data we don't want to be made public. And as the chair just stated, DHS already has the ability to publish these numbers if they were to choose to make these numbers public. So, Mr. Speaker, if it's safe to do, why isn't DHS already doing it? I'd say, Mr. Speaker, let the professionals, let the security professionals decide what to publish and when. That's their job, not ours. Ours is to legislate. They have the ability to make these decisions now. Let them make these decisions. I ask my colleagues to let the Secretary, again, make the decisions, publish the information they deem safe and correct. I reserve the balance of my time.
Member reserves. The member from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield five minutes to the gentlewoman from Georgia, the author of this piece of legislation.
Member from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak in favor of my bill, the Special Interest Alien Reporting Act of 2025, an essential piece of border security transparency legislation. A special interest alien, or SIA, is a non-U.S. person who, based on a DHS analysis of travel patterns, may pose a national security risk to the United States or its interests. My bill would require the Department of Homeland Security to publicly release monthly reports on the number of special interest aliens encountered at our borders, their countries of origin, and where they were encountered. This bill would be retroactive to January 20th, 2021, so that we can get a better sense of the catastrophic national security impacts of the Biden-Harris administration's open border policies. And I would like to say that's likely why Democrats are fighting this bill so hard. DHS publicly reports detailed information on encounters and seizures, including CBP encounters of individuals on the terrorist screening data set, better known as the terrorist watch list, which is an even more targeted and specific number than the number of SIAs. But missing from the DHS reporting is information on SIA encounters. Instead, Congress and the American people have been left only with random, incomplete announcements periodically released by DHS officials or through leaks to the media. Similar to the information released on the terrorist screening data set, my bill would require DHS to report general encounter information on special interest aliens and would not include any personal identifiable information. No matter how many times my Democrat colleagues say it, there is no personal information released. In fact, senior DHS officials, like the former Border Patrol chief, have occasionally put out some of these numbers on social media and elsewhere. Public reporting of SIAs will increase the transparency and accountability that are critical to the health of our constitutional republic. Congress has the authority and responsibility to provide transparency to the American people, which is exactly what my bill does. And I would argue the American people pay our paychecks, so they deserve to know the truth. The Biden-Harris administration's disastrous policies place the United States in an extremely vulnerable national security position. Under Biden and Harris, our sovereign borders became revolving doors for illegal aliens, including an untold number of murderers, rapists, and potential terrorists who hate our country and want to cause harm to our people. Over the past 4 years, CBP faced an unprecedented number of special interest aliens from the 26 countries that the Department of Homeland Security has determined pose the greatest national security and counterintelligence threat. These included individuals from adversarial nations, including the People's Republic of China, Iran, Afghanistan, and Syria. The Biden-Harris administration's intentional disregard for our laws and breakdown of national security resulted in U.S. Customs and Border Protection encountering over 1.7 million special interest aliens. Many of these individuals were swiftly processed and released into the interior under the Biden-Harris administration's catch and release policies. The American people deserve to know who our government is encountering at the border and where they came from while they're attempting to invade our country illegally. Given the ongoing events in the Middle East, this legislation is essential for Congress to conduct congressional oversight over special interest aliens encountered invading our borders. During the Biden-Harris administration, the Border Patrol apprehended over 1,500 Iranian nationals illegally crossing the southwest border between ports of entry. Of those, Biden and Harris admitted 729, almost half, and we don't know where they are now, and we don't know what they may do. With Iran threatening Americans with retaliatory strikes on our homeland, President Biden and Border Czar Kamala Harris created an opportunity for our adversaries to gain access to our nation and wreak havoc when called upon. I'm proud that the Trump administration supports this important piece of legislation, and I urge my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to please support to increase in transparency and accountability within our government. Thank you, and I yield back.
The member from Tennessee reserves. The member from California is recognized.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, this legislation simply puts our national security at risk by forcing DHS to hand over parts of its playbook on how it stops potential actors from entering the United States. It's all going to make us less safe. This bill would require Customs and Border Protection to publish sensitive national security information on a monthly, real-time basis. We're not talking about personal identifiable information, despite the author's claim. We're talking about releasing who CBP is looking for, targeting, and where those advanced interviews are actually happening in real time. This essentially gives the bad people the opportunity to coordinate, triangulate, and take advantage of the situation. Essentially, to know what our playbook is. We all support transparency and accountability at DHS. That's our job here in Congress, but not at the expense of tipping off terrorist or criminal organizations as to what our playbook is. And Mr. Speaker, I yield as much time as he may consume to the gentleman from Mississippi, Mr. Thompson, the ranking member of the Committee on Homeland Security.
The member from Mississippi is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I thank the gentleman from California, Mr. Correa, for yielding and his leadership on the Border Security and Enforcement Subcommittee of the Committee on Homeland Security. Mr. Speaker, the Department of Homeland Security already vets everyone it encounters entering the United States. Most of these encounters are routine, but some of these encounters require more investigation based on a dynamic assessment of the security situation. Now, DHS does not publicly release who it's getting enhanced screening or where it may be happening right now, simply because, first, merely being singled out for enhanced screening does not necessarily mean an individual poses a threat or has done something illegal, and second, doing so would let bad actors know who DHS is on the lookout for. That information, in other words, is law enforcement sensitive. H.R. 275, Representative Margaret Taylor Greene's Tipping Off Terrorists Act, requires DHS to make public information it has long deemed law enforcement sensitive. That because this bill requires Customs and Border Protection to publicly report who's getting extra screening and where that screening occurs in real time, which tips off terrorists and other bad actors. Under administration of both parties, DHS has never regularly published who it has considered a special interest alien. That's because who is considered special interest changes regularly based on DHS's security assessments. This bill let bad actors know in real time which nationalities are more likely to get enhanced screening and exactly where CBP has been stopping these migrants. Criminal organizations could then use this information to adjust their operations and try to avoid enhanced CBP inspections. However, Democrats are for transparency, as what Mr. Correa has already said, and there's nothing stopping DHS DHS right now from publishing these numbers. The Trump administration also could publish this data right now if they wanted to, but continue to choose not to because the folks on the ground understand that security threats posed by such public reporting is bad. If Republicans want the administration to publish information on who's getting enhanced screening, they should work with DHS to do so in a way that does not jeopardize Homeland Security. Not with a messaging bill, if signed by the President, could tip off terrorists. Mr. Speaker, I urge my colleagues to vote no on this dangerous bill, and I yield back the balance of my time.
The member yields back. The member from California
reserve the balance of my time.
The member from California reserves the balance of his time. The member from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield 5 minutes to the gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Higgins.
Member from Louisiana is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is it that the Democrats don't want the American people to know? It's a legitimate consideration that the citizenry from sea to shining sea should ask themselves right now, what exactly is the problem? They said again and again, oh, DHS could do this if they wanted to. They already report to us. We are exactly saying that the special interest alien data should be reported to Congress along with the rest of the data. So why would the Democrats, make a big stand? As the former chairman of Homeland Security, current ranking member, been on the committee for a long time. They have a rare appearance on the House floor to push back against this. Think about this, America. They're pushing back on this because they don't want the citizens of America to know what special interest aliens that participated in suspicious travel patterns came into our country illegally in 2021, 22, 23, and 24. Because you know how many are coming in 2025? 0. That's how many. Because we have an executive branch that is enforcing American law since January the 20th of 2025. So we, the people, demand to know what is the data of special interest aliens, so-called, is a suspicious travel pattern, illegal immigrants coming into our country. We want to know, where did they come from? How did they get here? Where were they before? We want to know all the data that we allegedly collected. Congress has the right to know. So why would DHS need Congress to codify their authority to give us this data? Because of activist, radical judges that stop the executive branch, and every day Americans have to read about that garbage. A radical judge stopping the elected president from performing his role as Commander-in-Chief and President of the United States. So the executive branch needs members of Congress to perform like my friend and colleague, Ms. Marjorie Taylor Greene, has done by presenting this law. I'm a proud original co-sponsor. The President needs this legislation to mitigate against the radical judges that will try to stop him from releasing through Congress to the American people the data from 2021, 22, 23, and 24 of what suspected illegal aliens came into our country that fit this category. Now, everybody knows across the country and in this body, most Americans know, I'm very plugged in to law enforcement. I get calls every day from these guys, boots on the ground, across the country, including deep in federal law enforcement, and they support this law. So don't tell me that federal law enforcement doesn't want to do this or it's bad for the country in some way. That's smoke. That's smoke that's being put out by Democrats to protect themselves from the impact of the reveal of the truth of just what kind of people that fit this category were allowed into our country. Waved in for 4 years. Have been stopped almost immediately in January of this year. So, I'm clearly in full support of the bill. I'm proud to be an original co-sponsor of the bill. And we're going to see, we're going to bring this bill to the floor. They're going to call for a recorded vote. And I'm glad they will. I hope you do call for a recorded vote. Because I want you on the record pushing the red button. I support this bill, and I urge my colleagues to. I yield.
The member yields. The member from
Reserves.
Tennessee. The member from Tennessee reserves. The member from California is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm listening to this debate. We're not debating. We're just talking. Again, for the third time, I'm going to say we support transparency. We support this information being made public if the Secretary so deems it to be made public in the interest of our national security. That's all we're saying. We're members of Congress. We believe in transparency, accountability, oversight. That's why folks on this side of the aisle are writing countless letters right now to the Secretary of Homeland Security demanding information so that we can do our job. Transparency. And I don't know, my colleagues, when the last time it was that they were at the border. I was just in San Ysidro a couple of weeks ago. I can tell you, I went to the secondary inspection. Fentanyl still coming through that border. People are still breaking through that border. Fact is, that border is not secure. That's why you have 2,000 U.S. border agents, 20,000 Mexican border agents trying to work on this issue. This opposition to this legislation is based on national security. We're saying if this information that the author thinks is not sensitive, let the Secretary of Homeland Security make that decision to present it. This legislation isn't necessary. You don't want to mandate it. You want to let the experts, anti-terrorist experts, make that decision. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to yield as much time as she may consume to the gentlewoman from Illinois, Ms. Ramirez, a leading member of the Committee on Homeland Security.
The member from Illinois is recognized.
Thank you, Ranking Member Lu Correa. Well, of course, Mr. Speaker, I rise in opposition of H.R. 275. And before I get into the conversation of the bill that we're debating today, I want to respond to this whole thing about transparency that I continue to hear my colleagues talk about. Talk about smoke on this side, and they're all about transparency. Well, if you're really all about transparency, why is it that members of Congress can't show up to a detention center and do their congressional oversight and see what's going on in those detention centers? It seems like you're okay with transparency when it's convenient to you, but when it's about members of Congress, regardless of the party that they are part of, going to one of these detention centers, a holding centers, when we have heard that pregnant women are sleeping on the ground, starved, people are days wearing the same clothing because they're at a holding center where they should have been going through due process. And unfortunately, there's no transparency there because what they end up saying is send an email or transparency only works when, it's convenient to the Republicans. So I just want to say it's really hypocritical to hear my colleagues here talk about transparency when they seem to be hiding the violation of human rights every single day. And I want to be honest about the bill we're debating right now. This is not a bill of national security. If it were, it wouldn't propose to make sensitive security information public. No, this bill is just Republicans' latest attempt to give the Trump administration another anti-immigrant tool so that they can continue to do the fear-mongering that they know how to do so well. It's just another list that Donald Trump and Kristi Noem and Republicans and the sponsor here can use to justify their unlawful, abusive actions. You want to disappear people from California? Just say that new members of the latest criminal organization were found crossing the southern border. You want Americans to surrender their rights? Well, fearmonger and tell them that a special interest alien from a criminal organization is operating a cell in their neighborhood. The Trump administration has already demonstrated to us that they are comfortable abusing every tool and system we have under the guise of national security and protection. The administration has weaponized every well-intentioned tool that this body has authorized to make immigration more humane. What makes us think that this list will be any different? I refuse to hand over greater authority and power to DHS, given all the ways that they're running rampant through our states and cities, breaking down doors, kidnapping mothers, children, and law-abiding neighbors who have contributed to our communities for years. They have proven to be completely untrustworthy, downright hostile to oversight, accountability, and compliance with the rule of law. And so they can't be entrusted with additional tools and mandates with which they can violate our rights. Let me be very clear. For Trump and Noam, today's report is tomorrow's anti-immigrant fascist tool. I urge my colleagues to vote against this bill, and with that, I yield back to the ranking member.
The member yields back. The member from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I reserve the balance of my time.
The member reserves. The member from Tennessee is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like to address some of the comments that I've heard from my colleagues and you know, shine a little bit of light of truth on some of this. You know, my colleague from California mentioned that this would serve as an incentive or intelligence to the bad guys. This reports, you know, where they're from and the country they came into. There are no methodologies discussed in how we're apprehending people. No, we're not giving away the national security information of how our agencies operate. Reporting that an SIA is coming from a particular country or, you know, has a particular nation of origin that they started from is not an incentive to anyone. In fact, it's a disincentive to those individuals, and for those governments to know that we have an eye on it is a good thing. It's not a bad thing. As far as a playbook, it was mentioned earlier, I think, Mr. Speaker, that we were giving away our playbook. Again, not a single method is reported, not a single process is reported. None of that information is out there. We're not talking about releasing how we do business. We're talking about whom we've apprehended. So it's ridiculous to suggest that this is somehow a threat to national security. I spent 24 years of my life as an infantry officer and as a physician and as a special operations physician with our nation's highest Tier 1 level assets. And I can tell you, I sit now in foreign affairs and have for years. I've served on HASC. No one cares more about, I was prepared to give my life. My current son serves defending this country. This is not a threat to national security. And I'd suggest people take people like myself's word over it than some activist. This incredible mantra about starving people at detention facilities. Well, I've been to these detention facilities. The stacks of snacks and crackers, the meals, the health care that they get. And this after subjecting themselves willfully to, in many cases, a arduous trek wearing the same clothing, I'll add, as was pointed out earlier, what the travesty of that. Can't tell you how many days I sat in the same set of BDUs downrange for the country, but, you know, let's look at what's really happening at these ICE detention centers. It is absolutely a liberal Democrat mantra to just throw that out there as somehow a reason not to support a piece of legislation like this. It's absurd. And you know what? The American people are waking up to this. And that's a beautiful thing. I agree with my colleague, Mr. Higgins. I hope they do call for a vote. And it's, you know, I don't know how many times we can correct the record on this one, kidnapping children with cancer. The mother elected in 2 occasions when they offered the opportunity, you have a court order saying you have to go. Yeah, you've been here a while. The process is long. It takes a while to get the court to do it. When the court decides, that's due process. Due process has occurred. The court has ordered your removal. They got offered, do you want your child to have health care here or do you want to take them? We'll take them with. It is false to suggest that ICE burst down the door in this image that's being painted by the left, grabbed a child and deported it with, cancer. Again, the American people are a lot smarter, hence the results of the last election. I just wanted to make a few comments about that, Mr. Speaker. The stuff I've heard today that just infuriates me, infuriates the American people. And with that, I reserve.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no further speakers and am prepared to close once the gentleman from Tennessee is prepared to close. I reserve.
The gentleman from California reserves. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I have no more speakers, and I'm prepared to close after the gentleman from California closes.
The gentleman from Tennessee reserves. The gentleman from California is recognized to close.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Again, I want to make it clear to my colleagues and those watching this that Secretary already has the power to disclose this information. All we're saying is let the Secretary, let the terrorist experts decide what should be disclosed in real time, because that's the key here, in real time, what goes on at the border. We support full transparency and accountability of the Department of Homeland Security. That's why a lot of us, including yours truly, was going to those ICE detention centers in my district for the last 2 weeks. Walk in, good relationship with those individuals. Then, about a week ago, I was told, you can't come in anymore. You need a 7-day notice. Well, according to the law, there is no notice that members of Congress need to give to do an inspection of an ICE holding facility. They're not doing anything wrong? Okay, so what's wrong with me coming in and looking at the ICE facility? Transparency, Mr. Speaker. All we are asking for is transparency. The chairman talked about those cases, due process. I can't speak to those specific ones, but I can speak to what's going on in my district right now. And the reason we want more transparency, because I want to make sure the President of the United States knows what's going on. He promised to go after criminals, those visa overstays, those individuals with orders of deportation, and those individuals that came in the last 2 years. That's the minority, the smallest number of the people who are actually being apprehended. And I say that to you because last week, the President came out and said, we don't want to go after farm workers. We don't want to go after dairy farm workers. We don't want to go after the hospitality. The President said that. We don't want to go after these individuals. We want to go after those 3 categories. Well, I tell you, back home right now, most of the people are being rounded up. Workers, factories, workers in farms, picking our crops. That's part of the American economic strength. President needs to know that his immigration policies, as being implemented right now, are not what he is saying and not what he deems is good for this country. That's what transparency and accountability is about, oversight. Make sure what you're saying up top is what actually is happening at the ground level. Just last week, you may have seen the story. Gardner, Home Depot, gets picked up. 25 years in the United States, 25 years. Not a traffic ticket. You know what the sad part is, Mr. Speaker? 3 of his sons, 1, 2, 3 of his sons are Marines in the U.S. Marine Corps. Mr. President, you need to know this. You are deporting individuals of mixed households whose children are in the U.S. military. I'm not quite sure, actually, I'm certain that's not what the president wanted to happen. That's what our oversight is, to let him know and let the public know exactly what is going on in our districts. Mr. Speaker, with that, I yield.
Gentleman from California yields back. The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I yield myself the balance of my time.
The gentleman is recognized.
Let me close with this. The American people deserve to know of the special interest aliens entering the United States, where they're coming from, and where CBP is encountering them. This legislation proposes transparency that is vital to the public's awareness while maintaining the confidentiality of the individuals encountered and the strategies used by CBP. And my colleague mentioned the term real time and how this is somehow, wouldn't it have been nice to know real time about the Iranians who are now in this country? The administration has, I think, successfully removed well over 100 in just the past 7 days, one of whom turned out to be a sniper from the special guards, the Iranian special guards, the Quds Force. Just open the door and let everybody in. Wouldn't it have been great to know then? That would have been nice to have some real-time information for the American people. What's interesting is it's almost laughable. I actually saw a Democrat pundit on television talking about how President Trump shouldn't bomb or shouldn't have bombed Iran because the terror cells that are here might get activated. Well, you let them in. It's the same folks, though, who say, Americans, you shouldn't have guns to defend yourself. But I digress. This legislation is especially prevalent following the Biden administration's failure to secure the border, to protect the American people. And I urge all my colleagues to support this effort to defend the American people and maintain transparency. I yield back the balance of my time.
Gentleman yields back. All time for debate has expired. Pursuant to House Resolution 530, the previous question is ordered on the bill as amended. The question is on engrossment and third reading of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Third reading.
A bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to publish on a monthly basis the number of special interest aliens encountered attempting to unlawfully enter the United States and for other purposes.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, and the bill is passed. And without objection, the motion to reconsider is laid on the table.
You get the ayes and nays?
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote for yeas and nays will rise. A sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered, and pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, further proceedings on this question will be postponed. Pursuant to Clause 12A, Rule 1, the chair declares the House in recess subject to the call of the chair. House be in order. Proceedings will resume on questions previously postponed. Votes will be taken in the following order: passage of H.R. 875 and passage of H.R. 275. The first electronic vote will be conducted as a 15-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 9 of Rule 20, the remaining electronic votes will be conducted as a 5-minute vote. Pursuant to Clause 8, Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote on the passage of H.R. 875, on which the yeas and nays were ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 19, H.R. 875, a bill to amend the Immigration and Nationality Act to provide that aliens who have been convicted of or who have committed an offense for driving while intoxicated or impaired are inadmissible and deportable.
The question is on the passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 15-minute vote. On this vote, the yeas are 245, the nays are 160.
Ms. Sewell. Votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 246, the nays are 160. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. Pursuant to Clause 8 of Rule 20, the unfinished business is the vote and passage of H.R. 275, on which the yeas and nays are ordered. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Union Calendar number 130, H.R. 275. A bill to require the Secretary of Homeland Security to publish on a monthly basis the number of special interest aliens encountered attempting to unlawfully enter the United States and for other purposes.
The question is on passage of the bill. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This is a 5-minute vote.
vote, the yeas are two.
Oh, I was trying to do other things. Ms. Kamick. Votes aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 231, the nays are 182. The bill is passed. Without objection, a motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the clerk be directed to make the change in the engrossment of H.R. 275 that I placed at the desk. And, Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1329.
We'll suspend. The clerk will report the change.
Modification to H.R. 275 offered by Ms. Green of Georgia in Section 2C2 of the bill, strike, quote, 4872D2, end quote, and insert, quote, 4872F2, end quote.
Is there any objection? Without objection, so that ordered.
Do it one more time. Okay.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Georgia seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I hereby remove my name as co-sponsor of H.R. 1329.
The request is granted. For what purpose does the gentleman from Wisconsin seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on House Administration be discharged from further consideration of H-Con Res 39 and ask for its immediate consideration in the House.
The clerk will report the title of the resolution.
House Concurrent Resolution 39. Concurrent resolution authorizing the use of Emancipation Hall in the Capitol Visitor Center for a ceremony to present the Congressional Gold Medals awarded under the Harlem Hellfighters Congressional Gold Medal Act.
Is there objection to the consideration of the resolution? Without objection, the resolution is agreed to and the motion to reconsider is laid on the table. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House out of order for 1 minute.
Without objection, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, it is with a heavy heart that I rise, together with my colleagues from the New York delegation, to honor the memory of former Congresswoman Carolyn McCarthy from New York's 4th Congressional District. She was a trailblazer in Congress and a visionary leader who turned an unimaginable tragedy into a lifelong mission to protect others. Carolyn was a tireless advocate for the South Shore of Nassau County on Long Island and a fearless champion in the fight against gun violence. After the heartbreaking loss of her husband and the injuring of her son in a horrific shooting, Carolyn could have retreated into grief, but instead she chose action. She ran for Congress as a mother, a nurse, and a voice for families devastated by the senseless scourge of gun violence. Her courage helped shape the national conversation and inspired a generation of advocates whose work is saving lives in communities across our country every day. She also advocated for America's children as a member of the Education and Workforce Committee, working to fund school lunch programs. She was also key in drafting the watershed No Child Left Behind Act in 2001, which aimed to make our schools more accessible for students with disabilities. My family, all of us on Long Island, the New York delegation, and New York State, and our nation mourn her passing. We are praying for her loved ones and for all the lives who were touched by her decades of service. Mr. Speaker, I ask all of my colleagues to join us now in a moment of silence in the memory of Honorable Carolyn McCarthy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield back.
I'm going to let it clear out a little bit. Those in conversation, please leave the chamber so we can start with our 1-minute speeches. The chair will now entertain requests for 1-minute speeches. For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Wyoming seek recognition? Recognize. The gentlewoman will suspend. The House will be in order.
I rise today to recognize a remarkable Wyoming institution, the Bill Cody Ranch, as it celebrates its centennial. For 100 years, the Bill Cody Ranch has welcomed guests from across the country, giving them a taste of the American West. As a flag bearer of Wyoming's Dude Ranch community, the Bill Cody Ranch is truly a remarkable testament to the enduring cowboy spirit that we hold near and dear to our hearts in Wyoming. The Bill Cody Ranch continues as a living legacy of stewardship, hospitality, and dedication to our way of life. Please join me in congratulating the ranch and the many families who have called it home on reaching this marvelous milestone. Your commitment to preserving Wyoming's heritage is something that we are all proud of. Thank you and congratulations once again on this historic milestone.
What purpose does the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands seek recognition?
I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from the Virgin Islands is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have repeatedly told people when asked about the rationale for actions of this administration to follow the money. Yesterday in the House Budget Committee, we heard alarming testimony from expert witness Robert Gordon. He reminded of those motives in the Republicans' reconciliation bill when he explained the lucrative opportunities for powerful private contractors to profit off of the red tape in the bill created in Medicaid. Republicans' beautiful bill for billionaires requires increased work check-ins for people to retain that Medicaid. For employment data, states are likely to use the work number from Equifax, which costs over $20 per person per search. Under the bill, more than 18 million people would have to be checked every month. That equates to $360 million per month, and that is $4.32 billion per year, or roughly $43 billion over the bill's 10-year budget. Going to the vendors who make money, who are going to be processing this, follow the money.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Florida seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I wish to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to honor Sue Mitra, a remarkable high school student from Brevard County who has shown incredible commitment to service in our community. While attending West Shore Junior and Senior High School, she became youth ambassador for the Children's Home Society of Florida. She volunteered with groups like Who We Play For and HOSA, Future Healthcare Professionals. Through a web-based campaign, Mitra raised over $20,000 to enhance STEM education activities at Endeavor Elementary School and even served as their senior high class president. For her efforts, she earned the National Peter R. Burse Silent Servant Scholarship Award. Mr. Speaker, I am proud to recognize Ms. Mitra for her leadership and her service to community, and with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields. For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute, to revise and extend my report.
Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The vibrant African American community in the Bronx and Westchester County have had a tireless advocate on their side for decades, the NAACP, fighting for reform and social progress, the rights of residents who want a fair shot in life, and a better today and tomorrow for their children. We're all familiar with the effective advocacy of the NAACP, including the lifetime achievement of Dr. Hazel Dukes, who recently passed away, but there are local heroes, too, who do exceptional work in our hometown neighborhoods. Let me recognize some of these key branch leaders. In Co-op City, Leslie Peterson and Brenda Brown. In New Rochelle, Aisha Cook and Jarrika Lee. In Yonkers, Keisha Skipper and Karen Edmondson. Williamsbridge, Laura Rodan and Shirley Fearon. Mount Vernon, Kathy Brewington and A.J. Woodson. White Plains, Greenberg, Janice Griffiths. Portchester Rye, James Henderson III. And other leaders such as Minister Mark McLean, Reverend Frank Coleman, and the Reverend Margaret Fountain Coleman. Their hard work and principled advocacy for equal rights, economic justice, education warrants recognition on the floor of the House of Representatives. Mr. Speaker, I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Ohio seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to recognize Madison Wasmer. Madison is a junior at Jackson High School and has recently earned the Eagle Scout Award, becoming the first female in Jackson County to earn this distinction. To achieve this, Madison obtained 21 merit badges, showcasing fundamental skills she learned as a scout and commitment to her community. Madison is a true leader who has served on her school's student council, engaged in local cleanup initiatives, and assisted special needs students. A member of Troop 7056, Madison embodied the spirit of the Scouts, which is to make ethical and moral choices that contribute to the well-being of society, ultimately fostering civic engagement and love of community. Madison, Southern Ohio is proud of your accomplishments and happy to call you one of our own. I look forward to seeing how you continue to create positive change in Ohio's 2nd Congressional District. I would also like to recognize Madison's grandmother and Scoutmaster Ryan Pelliter for their role in this process. Without them, this achievement would not have been possible. Congratulations, Madison. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from North Carolina seek recognition?
I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from North Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today with grave concerns about Donald Trump's proposal to eliminate FEMA. In September 2024, Western North Carolina was ravaged by Hurricane Helene, the most devastating storm in our state's history. We lost over 100 lives, and countless communities were changed forever. In the immediate aftermath of Hurricane Helene, FEMA provided indispensable support to save lives, clear debris, and house families who lost everything. As hurricane season begins, it is a disgrace that Donald Trump and his administration are proposing the elimination of FEMA. This scheme is nothing less than a slap in the face to Western North Carolina communities that he pledged to support. If Trump really cares about effectively managing disaster response, then he should submit a funding request to Congress to replenish the disaster fund. Eliminating FEMA is not the answer. It will put lives in jeopardy across the United States and severely hamper ongoing disaster efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Montana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Montana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate my dear friend Jim Duncan on his well-earned retirement as president of the Billings Clinic Foundation. For 3 decades, Jim served the great folks of the Treasure State, advocating tirelessly for rural health care access and the expansion of community wellness programs. Jim grew the foundation's endowments from $3 million to an astounding $150 million, funds that will benefit the community for generations to come. He also played a key role in introducing innovation and excellence in Montana health services, helping to bring new cancer, cardiac, pediatric, psychiatric, and trauma care to eastern Montana. Jim's advocacy will be missed, but I know the foundation will be left in good hands with Nicole Mailing at the helm. He led with integrity, vision, and compassion. I wish him and his wife, Heidi, a well-deserved, adventure-filled retirement. Congratulations again, Jim. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
I request unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Under the economic policies of Donald Trump and Republicans, America is now in decline. For the first time in 3 years, we have negative GDP growth. That means our economy actually shrank this year. It takes a special kind of stupid to take 12 consecutive quarters of positive economic growth and make it go negative. And we also know overall inflation has also increased. And Trump and Republicans want to make it worse. They want to pass the big, ugly bill that's going to cut off health care for over 16 million Americans, all in service of massive tax breaks to billionaires. Tell them to take their heads out of the sand and to stop harming the American people. Trump and Republicans should be working for you, not for billionaires. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New York seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to pay tribute to the extraordinary life and dedicated service of John W. Grodke, a proud resident of Eden, New York, who recently passed away on June 19, 2025. John proudly served in the United States Marine Corps, where he dedicated several years of his life to upholding the values, honor, courage, and commitment. During his time in uniform, his service exemplified a deep sense of patriotism and dedication to our country. After serving in the military, John also served as the commander of the Hamburg American Legion Post 527, where he played a leading role, being a voice for the organization and representing his members effectively. He devoted his time advocating for veterans in the community and ensuring their families received the care they deeply deserved. John was not only an exemplary Marine, but a strong leader and a wonderful husband, father, and friend. He was the beloved husband of Karen Grodke, loving father of Matthew, Keith, Gregory, and Joshua, and the cherished grandfather of 6 grandchildren. John W. Grodke leaves behind a legacy of service and unwavering dedication to his community and his country. His accomplishments in leadership leave a lasting impact and set a gold standard that will continue to inspire generations to come. The Western New York community was blessed to have such a remarkable resident. May he rest in peace, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to sound the alarm on the impending closure of the Quartz Hill Post Office and who knows how many other contract postal units across the country. On June 1st, Stan Boylan, a veteran and the owner of the Quartz Hill Post Office, received a written termination notice informing him that his post office was scheduled to close. Now, my family loves the Quartz Hill Post Office. My wife was devastated to hear this news, and we're not alone. It has been a staple of our community for over 70 years and services tens of thousands of my constituents. I say we do not know the scale of closures because even after I submitted an inquiry to the acting Postmaster General, we have not yet been given a straight answer. What we do know is that the White House has been trying to absorb this historically independent agency and has given DOJ the green light to cut USPS staff and gut services. Let me be clear. The United States Postal Service does not use taxpayer dollars for operating costs. Reducing post office locations will lead to slower service, longer wait times, and delays in receiving packages, medications, and other necessary deliveries. I urge the Postmaster General to reverse the decision to terminate the Quartz Hill Post Office contract, and I yield back. Thank you.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, this week I am introducing the No Tax Dollars for Riots Act, a bill that will assure that public funding is not used to create the sort of horrifying scenes that we just witnessed in Los Angeles. In the wake of the LA riots, we have learned that a group claiming nonprofit status, known as CHRLA, received $34 million in state funding and some federal funding as well. This group played a central role in organizing the riots, providing real-time locations to the rioters of where federal officers could be found. Several of these federal officers were subsequently assaulted with bricks and Molotov cocktails. My bill will assure that an organization like this, whose officers are convicted of assaulting, resisting, or impeding federal officers, or of organizing, promoting, encouraging, participating in, or carrying on a riot under Section 111 or 2101 of Title 18 of the U.S. Code, loses their nonprofit status and is ineligible for federal funding going forward. This is a common sense step that will prevent the sort of lawlessness that we saw in Los Angeles from reappearing in our state or elsewhere in the country. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
I rise to address the House for up to 1 minute and extend and revise my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to talk about an issue that's hurting our country that we aren't talking about enough, and that's the uncertainty of this administration's student visa process. We have students doing groundbreaking research that are being forced to leave the country, and students that last academic year contributed to $43 billion to the U.S. economy. And the administration is trying to prevent institutions from enrolling top international students altogether. The United States has welcomed international students for decades, and some of them include world leaders, founders of billion-dollar companies here, and over 40% of the founders of America's leading AI companies, just as a few examples. We're shooting ourselves in the foot, and instead, why don't we go back to being a place that welcomes students to dream big and conduct groundbreaking research, no matter where they are coming from? Why don't we become a place that unites people of all backgrounds and welcomes the best and brightest? Because that's something that makes our country great. I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Indiana seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I seek unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from Indiana is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to congratulate Angola, Indiana's Trine University women's softball team on winning the 2025 NCAA Division III softball championship. Under the leadership of head coach Donnie Dolphison, the Thunder gave the championship game their all. This game was a nail-biter as the team was down by 1 run throughout most of the game. On top of that, the team's star pitcher, Alexis Michon, pitched the entire game despite an injury early on. Even with this adversity, the team rallied together and kept their determination to win. Everything turned around for the Thunder in the 6th inning when Emma Lee crushed a 3-run homer, and this team sailed to a 3-1 victory. Trine University women's softball has continued to make Indiana's 3rd district proud, as this is their 2nd national title in 3 years. Their perfect postseason is a testament to the hard work and talent of this team. These women have set an example for all of us as the achievements that are possible without unwavering dedication and strong leadership. To the 2025 Trine University softball team, congratulations on this monumental accomplishment. I know each of you will continue to pursue excellence and set an example for others. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, address the body for 1 minute without objection.
Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize Sister Teresa Lynch, who will be retiring from Santa Ana St. Anne School. She served as a teacher for 31 years and principal for 19 years at St. Genevieve and St. Anne School. She also worked to improve the lives of the incarcerated prisoners at the California Institute for Women in Chino, California. And she also co-directed the Get on the Bus program that connected children with their incarcerated parents. Thank you, Sister Teresa, for showing us all what it means to care for the community. Thank you for your friendship. Congratulations on your retirement. And I suspect now as a retiree, you will be busier than ever. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield.
For what purpose does the gentleman from California seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Celebration of National Dairy Month, and to honor the hardworking dairy farmers of California, our nation's leading dairy producer. In my district, which encompasses Tulare, Fresno, Kings, and Kern counties, we are proud to be the epicenter of dairy production. Tulare County alone holds the title of the largest dairy-producing county in America, home to 500,000 dairy cows and 222 dairies, and some of the largest dairy processing plants. Most of these dairies are family-owned enterprises. I myself personally know the efforts it takes to operate these family businesses. I am proud of the legacy of my own family members that are in the dairy industry who brought their farms to the Central Valley. Even our region's large-scale operations remain rooted in family traditions, reflecting the dedication and perseverance of our agricultural communities. Together, these dairies contribute 1/5 of our nation's milk supply, producing everything from butter to ice cream, nourishing families, and bringing joy to countless households across America. To our dairy farmers, thank you for your tireless efforts to feed our nation. Your work sustains us, and it is an honor to stand in your quarter. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from Tennessee seek recognition? Without objection, the gentleman is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to recognize the life of Ms. Marzie Thomas. Ms. Thomas served as my district director in my Memphis office since 2013, and she came to my office first in 2007. She was an outstanding human being who cared about everybody that came into her office who needed constituent services. She was a special person in Memphis because she represented what people do in Memphis who are really good people who care about others. She cared about her family, Alonzo Thomas, her husband who passed away in 2024, her two children, her grandchild, and her sister who survived her. She cared about her church, East Trigg Baptist Church, a famous church where the minister was, Reverend Brewster, was known for his gospel songs that he wrote and sang. She was in the choir and a beautiful voice, and she was very dedicated to her church and Pastor Beasley. And she was concerned about our country, serving for a long time in my office. She was just a wonderful person. She was a great friend to me. She cared about me greatly, and I miss her much. She had a life well lived, and I was thankful and fortunate to have her work with me in the office. I yield back the balance of my time.
For what purpose does the gentlewoman from Hawaii seek recognition?
Consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentlewoman from Hawaii is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just days ago, a Hawaii veteran, Se Jun Park, said goodbye to his family, his elderly mother with dementia, his 2 adult children, his home. Mr. Park was shot twice in combat, earning a Purple Heart for his bravery. Yet despite his sacrifice, ICE officers gave him no choice but to self-deport back to South Korea after nearly 50 years. Mr. Park served, he fought, he belonged, and yes, he made mistakes, as many veterans struggling with PTSD do, but he turned his life around. That's the reality for many veterans. They fight hard for this country and still face battles back home, too often alone. Now Republicans are pushing a funding bill that would abandon even more veterans like Mr. Park. It shifts critical care from the VA to private corporation and makes it harder for women and immigrant veterans to get the services they need. This bill isn't an inefficiency, it's cruelty. I will not stand by while Republicans turn our veterans into bargaining chips. When we fail our veterans, we're not just breaking a promise, we're breaking our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield back.
For what purpose does the gentleman from New Jersey seek recognition?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent to address the House for 1 minute and to revise and extend my remarks.
Without objection, the gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. 10 years ago today, our nation made a remarkable step towards equality with the legalization of gay marriage. A day that came after decades of advocacy by individuals and organizations across the country, including Garden State Equality and my home state of New Jersey. But now the rights of our friends and neighbors are under continuous attack from the Trump administration, including by cutting HIV treatment and prevention and rolling back anti-discrimination protections. More than 1.3 million Americans have sought life-saving help by making the call to 988. Yet this administration has eliminated funding for those specialized services. These are blatant attempts to harm the LGBTQ community that has already overcome so much and made incredible strides towards equality. And it is here in this chamber that we should be standing beside them, fighting for them, because when we are elected to serve here in the People's House, it is our obligation to fight for everyone that we have the privilege of representing. That is what I will always do, and what I urge my colleagues across the aisle to do as well. Thank you, and I yield back.
Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3, 2025, the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Schweikert, is recognized for 60 minutes as the designee of the Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're doing the really exciting discussion with my buddy over here
of how CBO actually does scoring on things and trying to explain that some of the things we consider absurd are actually our fault because it's the law that we've passed to tell CBO how to do the scoring. First off, an apology to everyone because this one's going to go a little longer than normal. So, yeah, I know. Everyone grab a cup of coffee or something, and hopefully the Sergeant of Arms, we're apparently not allowed to drink coffee on the floor, so whatever happens, don't get caught, right? I'm going to try 3 things tonight. I will upset a number of folks. I'm sorry. My math will be accurate because we've spent the last couple days double checking it. I'm going to try to do something a little insane. I'm going to walk folks through the Social Security Actuary Report. And we're just going to do some of the most basic parts of it so folks understand what the reality is. Number 2, I'm going to walk through actually something that really bothers me because I have a number of politicians on the left and the right who spend day and night making up math. Can you believe that, Mr. Speaker? They attack the CBO, they attack the Joint Tax Committee, this and that. I'm going to walk us through parts of the accuracy and what we call the variance report done by the Congressional Budget Office and try to demonstrate, yeah, there's mistakes. They're actually more accurate than most of the outside groups. So that's uncomfortable because one of the other things I'm going to touch on, and this is tough, is we have aspirational documents coming from the White House, from our own folks here on what growth can be, and we can actually do remarkable growth, but we got to do very difficult policies to make it work. Are we going to do talent-based immigration? Are we going to do incentives to automate, to modernize, to use technology, to even use AI? And my fear is we want to take credit for very high growth numbers. You know, GDP grows this, but we're not willing to do the hard lift of the policy. And then with that, I'm going to explain why that's so important. Because the growth of debt, the drivers of debt, is the thing it's hard to tell the truth about. I'm going to show some charts in a little bit, Mr. Speaker, that show over the next 10 years, interest is the number 1 driver of debt, then healthcare, Medicare almost exclusively, and it's hard to explain that it's actually like a 65-35 now. The 22-some trillion dollars that are baseline and then stack everything else on it that's going to be borrowed over the next 10 years. About 65% of that's just interest. Is this country, our federal government, is an insurance company with an army. And we don't have enough cash in the bank to pay for all the promises we made as part of that insurance coverage. So let's have at it, Mr. Speaker. I keep bringing this chart just because it's a really simple visual. Think of the people who almost attack us in our hallways. How can you be wanting to cut spending? And you show them this chart saying baseline spending, $86 trillion over the next 10 years. And all we're talking about on the House reconciliation budget, and my understanding is the Senate, our good friends down the hallway, their cuts in spending are even more anemic. What's 2%? Well, 2.3. 86 trillion is the baseline spending for the next 10 years. We were trying in the House reconciliation budget to cut $2 trillion, and that caused absolutely panic because Washington, D.C. is about one thing, it's about money, and when so much of America makes its money off of D.C. policy, this has caused absolute panic, but it's a fraction. Because when you see what's happened on the new data on what's happening in healthcare costs, we got some new data today that the numbers are even worse. Almost no one has actually started to do the math that the fact that the Social Security Medicare Actuary Report from 4 days ago actually has an 11% cut coming in the Medicare Trust Fund in 2033. That's not actually in the baseline debt numbers. Are we just going to pretend that we didn't get older as a society? So let's actually walk through. Mr. Speaker, I've done this chart for a decade. About 74% of all spending is on autopilot. It's what we call mandatory. It's interest, it's Social Security, it's Medicare, it's Medicaid, it's other promises that are built into the formula. Members of Congress almost never, ever, ever, ever get the chance to vote on any of this red. The only time it will ever really come up is if we have a reconciliation budget. All the blue, defense and non-defense, is 25, 26% of our spending. Every dime of it is borrowed. Please, anyone who cares, get this in your head. Every dime, other than some of the things in a reconciliation budget, every dime a member of Congress will vote on, many for their entire careers, is borrowed money. So you see this 26% that's in blue, that's defense and non-defense discretionary. This year, we're on track for every dollar we bring in tax receipts. That's corporate taxes, that's individual taxes, that's everything. We're going to spend $1 in, $1.39. $1.39 out the door. Does anyone see a math problem? So, a month ago, Moody's actually downgraded U.S. debt. So now the three big rating agencies have lowered our credit. We actually have 18 states in America that have a higher credit rating than the federal government. But if anyone bothered and sort of had to get it through your Bloomberg terminal or pay a subscription, we're blessed to have a terminal, and actually read, it was actually really well done. There was lots of details. Yes, they got attacked by people who want to keep spending money saying, stop, you can't downgrade U.S. sovereign debt. Well, the other two rating agencies had done it years earlier. The punchline in there, in less than 9 years, and this was assuming interest rates stayed stable, in 2034, 30% of all tax receipts just covered interest. If interest rates went up 1%, Mr. Speaker, 1% in 2034, 45% of all U.S. tax receipts pay interest. Are we paying attention? And yet, the first words I'll get from my brothers and sisters on the left is, well, just raise taxes. I will show over and over here that if you look at times when we've had high marginal tax rates, low marginal tax rates, we basically always get about 17 to 18, sometimes 18.5% of the economy in tax receipts. There's your problem, is that split. So right now, if we're sitting in the almost 18% of the economy we're taking in taxes, but you're spending 24, and understand, over the next few years, it goes from 24 to 25 to 26. That gap is the annual deficit that gets piled onto the debt. And we have lots of charts here that actually start to show, let's see if I can find my favorite one here, that when we actually raise, I hid it in the back, so we're going to do that as a whole section. Okay. How many understand we borrow $6 billion a day? How many understand in 9 years we're borrowing over $10 billion a day? So right now that means we borrow what, $72,000 a second? In 9 years, we're functionally borrowing over $100,000 a second. And the reason I try to break it down like that is I'm trying to find a way to make numbers like this, absolutely crazy numbers, work. Okay, so you have that. So my Democrat brothers and sisters have legislation they've introduced over the years. They've never actually brought it to the floor, even when they controlled this body, controlled the White House. So it gives you a sense. Economic study, go on Manhattan Institute, Riedel. It's about a year and a half old. They did the scoring on all the Democrats' tax proposals. And here's your problem. Increasing taxes when you did actually all of them, and I'm going to do this in a couple fashions, you basically got to the point that when you did all the corporate, the estate, the individual, and then you did the economic effects, you got about 1.5% of the economy. So all the tax hikes, every time you have someone over on that side say, just raise taxes. If you do every one of their tax proposals, you get 0.5% of the economy, 1.5%. Hopefully everyone knows what the joke is. We're going to borrow 7.3% of the economy this year, and in 9 years, we're borrowing 9% of the economy. How do we tell the truth to the American people that we're going to have to embrace things that are actually hopeful, but the cost of health care, and it's always fascinating. I always thought I'd get beaten up for saying this behind the microphone, and shockingly, we've had people being remarkably kind to us. My Joint Economic Committee, our economists, and it was a hard report to write, a couple years ago, wrote a major study saying, what does obesity cost America? And it's not Republican or Democrat, it's just what we are. Now, it means every time you say that, did you make all the people that make money off certain foods, off of certain health care, off of other things nervous? We came up with a number 2 years ago. It was $9.1 trillion of additional health care spending over 10 years. Okay. Milken, now this one's a few years old, did a study that said 47% of all U.S. health care spending was associated with obesity. Okay. Is that Republican or Democrat? It's just the math. And it's something we could do together around here. How do we help our brothers and sisters be healthier so they live longer, they could have more maybe family formation, live a life, participate in the economy, and use a hell of a lot less health care? And you know the perversity around here when you start talking about maybe we need to modernize how we do agriculture in America, what we grow, because we concentrate functionally on like 5 crops. What should we do? Is it moral? This is a question, and I've been attacked by Democrats on this. Is it moral to give an EBT card, modern food stamps, to someone to go buy onion rings? I love onion rings. It's one of my addictions, working on getting off of it. But is it moral with taking hard-earned money, rare resources, remember, it's borrowed money now, and say, go eat crap? It's now the people that sell onion rings come and lobby us and attack us and say, you know, people should have their choice. They should, with their own money. But the fact of the matter is, when we looked at some of the data of the 7 million prime-age males that are missing in America, we have a data set that says about half of that population may be missing from the labor force, missing from the American labor force. Not because of drugs, not because of video games, but because of health, because of obesity. Are we allowed to talk about it? Mr. Speaker, a bit of trivia. So let's do something I consider wonderfully funny and amusing. In the last 20 years, what's the only success that has happened in the United States of helping young people get healthier? Remember, under Michelle Obama's initiatives with President Obama, I think we spent, it was $16 billion or $36 billion, but some number like that, and it had absolutely no success. This was the dietary issues, the food issues, trying to get young people to go exercise. Anyone guess? Come on, this is a play-at-home game. It was Pokemon Go. I know it sounds crazy, but the gamification actually was the one great example of success the last couple decades of helping young people get healthier. What if we took that knowledge of, hey, these incentives do work, and actually legalized that and made that part of how we deliver healthcare services or how we allow insurers to provide incentives? Because the ACA, Obamacare, is a finance bill. It's who gets subsidized and who has to pay. And you have 3 age groups and smoking. Could you add Could you be creative enough to add a fifth category? It says you can provide a series of these sorts of incentives. You know, wear the digital ring, wear the wrist, go walk 5,000 steps, and at the end of the month, we're going to give you something. Is that Republican or Democrat? Or is it just using data trying to keep our brothers and sisters healthier? Because the stock answers, well, just raise taxes on rich people. The math doesn't get you anything close. Now, it may make you feel better. You know, it may make you feel better, but I'm going to show you numbers that should scare you half to death. And, oh, you okay? All right, so let's continue to try to run through this. Healthcare expenses, and we're going to have to update our charts because we got one just a couple hours ago and we didn't have a chance. It actually had the spending growth on healthcare over the next decade actually accelerating again. So here's part of my problem. Nominal, which means before inflation. We actually have domestic productivity growing at 4.3% over the next decade. We have healthcare growing at 5.8. It's geeky, but that margin keeps separating and separating and separating. And unless we're willing to do policy, whether it be technology, incentives to stay healthy, these sorts of things, if that separation continues, the debt picture is actually worse. And Mr. Speaker, at some point I'm going to show you a slide here that if you actually take some of the policy we're working on, the baseline of between now and 2035 of the $22 trillion we're supposed to borrow, some of the potential financing costs of what the Senate's doing right now, the higher interest rates, we come close. We're not exactly there. We come close to doubling U.S. sovereign debt over the next decade. What took us 240 years, 240 years, and we functionally double it in the next decade. So, now let's get to the really uncomfortable stuff. And I got to admit, I'm only about 2/3 through the Social Security Actuary Report. I have one on my desk, which is highlighters and little questions and things I have to get my economists to go back and help me understand, and some where I actually don't like some of the math I see. I'm gonna try something, and we're gonna try to build a chart on this. This is a crazy math, but we see it in the report. You'll have lots of activists say, well, just open up immigration. That will take care of the Social Security shortfall. Remember, the report says in 2033, so what is that, 7-8 years from now, there's a 23% cut coming in Social Security checks, meaning we will double, and this is we've had witnesses that did explain this to us, we will double senior poverty after 2033. Are we ready to do that? Is that moral? And yet, I will get folks who will say, well, if we just open up immigration, well, it turns out that's actually not the math. Because one of the real reasons they moved up the date of the exhaustion of the Social Security Trust Fund was actually flattening of wage growth. Turns out there's no free option here. So we have some charts and those things that show here's people who are undocumented in America. They're working under stolen Social Security numbers. They're giving into the system, but they're never going to get out. And then you look at the suppression of wage growth. I know this is geeky, but I need to sort of lay a marker on it. The suppression of wage growth. So when you bring in millions of people across the border that have similar skill sets, and they're often willing to sell their skill sets for even less money, Social Security Actuary Report's now modeling a flattening of wage growth. That's one of the things that's actually shortened the life of the Social Security Trust Fund by a year. So next time someone says, oh, we just open up the borders, that will take care of the Social Security Trust Fund. Turns out it doesn't work that way. You actually didn't get anything from it. You did a suppression of working people's wages, and this one takes us out about a decade. And I don't know why people don't think, they don't understand these most basic economic, I mean, we all went to our high school econ class, right? And so here's what's coming. You got the 23% cut coming in 2033. If you're watching this and you don't plan to be around in 2033, you don't have to care. But the one that's had almost no discussion about is the Medicare Trust Fund is gone in 2033. Meaning if it lives off of its income, its tax receipts from the FICA taxes, it's still 11% cut. So next time we get someone here saying, we need more money for our hospitals, we need more money for outpatient surgeries, we need more money for hospice care, point out to them in 7 years, there's an ugly, ugly cut coming. This 11% shortfall isn't even in our long-run CBO projections yet, because a year ago, give you an idea how these numbers eroded in 1 year, I think it was 2054 was last year's actuary report when the trust fund was gone. Okay, so how many people over the last week, because this has been out for almost a week now, have you seen come behind these microphones and say, maybe we should all work together, or actually do something that's mathematically honest, or actually just even tell our voters the truth that in 7 years you're getting a 23% cut in your Social Security check, and by the way, another 11% cut in your hospital coverage, and other things in the Medicare, because the Medicare Part A trust fund is gone. For those that don't understand, and that's most of us, in Medicare, the portion of your payroll tax that goes to Medicare, about 40% of it is covered by the trust fund. That's the hospital portion, as we typically refer to it. The rest of it actually comes out of the general fund. And one of the most difficult numbers I have in my data set here, because this is the one that I see people get upset about, what's the primary driver of U.S. debt? Interest? Healthcare. For every dollar you put into Medicare, you're getting $6 to $7 back. That delta is uncomfortable to talk about, but it turns out to be that and interest are the primary drivers. All right, and you start to actually look at some more, and I put this chart together just because I thought it was really interesting, because we finally actually have really good data that's been designed on what happened during the Biden administration, having the border open. And we got some direct effects of, hey, we got a little bit more tax receipts and potential effects over the time. But it turns out its deficit effects are more than 2 times, because of the consumption of services. It turns out when someone tells you, oh, this is going to grow the economy, it's not in the economic literature. It may be in your aspirational, it may be in your heart, how you feel. It's not in the economic literature. Tell the truth about the math. National health expenditures as a percentage of GDP. Remember how a couple moments ago I told you we're trying to figure out, we just got another report that the growth of healthcare spending we expect to pop almost 3% more than modeled. That's a lot of money. But here's the punchline. We estimate this year, right now, we're right here, we're spending about 18% of the entire economy on healthcare. In 9 years, it's over 20%. Those differences are monstrous. When that's that much, you're functionally seeing, if that's functionally a 12.8% growth in the cost of delivering health care in that 9-year span. And this is going to tie into why I'm talking about some of our growth rate projections. How do you hit these folks that are running around saying, David, we're going to grow at 3, 4, 5% GDP growth. At the same time, interests and expenditures are chewing up everything around us. How does that math work? And then I'm going to show you some of the demographics. I'm going to probably say this twice just so it starts to bleed in. Today, we have the same number of 18-year-olds as we had 20 years ago. We have double the number of people 65 and up. So we functionally have this, we have the same number of 18-year-olds, and it's no one's fault. It's not Republican and Democrat. Starting in 1990, U.S. fertility rates rolled over. We have a shortage of young people in America. Tell me how I grow the economy if you're not going to let me do things like automation of ports, automated rail, AI, technology, allowing AI when it has the right data to be able to prescribe. And you people go, oh, I don't like that. Fine. Tell me how much poorer you're willing to live. It's economics. If I can't grow the economy and yet I'm being buried in debt service and increased costs of providing the services, tell me how I'm to pay for it. There's a path where I can make this math, I can't pay it off. I can stabilize it and make this another American century. But damn it, how do I do it in a body that's just terrified of telling the truth about math or just basic economics? This is the reality. This is our latest report. In 2033, 20.3% of the economy will just be healthcare. And considering government is functionally the primary payer, I think we're well over half of all healthcare spending coming out of the trust fund and the general fund. Anyone see a problem? Remember a moment ago I showed you that the Social Security Medicare actuary report said there's 11% in 2033 cut coming. Are we going to let that happen? Probably not. Are we going to reach into the general fund and pay for it? Probably. It's not in the debt projections yet. The scale of this is off the charts. And back to the math problem. And if I'm making someone unhappy, be mad at the math, not me. Be mad at all the people who have never told you the truth with a calculator. How do I save my future? Remember, my little boy turned 3 years old yesterday. I have a 9-year-old. Yes, they're adopted. It's a miracle. My wife's my age. Yes, we've screwed up my retirement. It's the most fun I've ever had in my life. My child will be the first generation to live poorer than his mommy and daddy. Hey, great job, America. This is our morality. And people would say, no, it's going to be great. Great. Okay, I hope it's great. Tell me how I do it in the math. Walk me through the economics. Walk me through what we're going to do to maximize GDP growth, what we're going to do for change productivity. Well, we're going to just grow. Okay, tell me how. And that's our problem right now. We're using these wonderful aspirational words and we're not doing any of the policy. And the reality of it, Social Security and Medicare and net interest account for 80% of the spending growth. How many protesters, if you're a member of Congress, how many protesters did you have in your office this last couple days? You can't review, you can't go after waste and fraud in Medicaid. Medicare Advantage, the Wall Street Journal has done a 5-part series that if you add it all up is $2 trillion of waste and fraud over 10 years. Well, it's hard. You can't actually talk about that. If we can't do the work, how do you save the country? How do you save my kids' future? How do you save your own retirement? Or maybe we can just keep lying to each other and lying to the public because the public really doesn't want to hear these things. There is a path to make this math work. But you keep telling me we're going to take off on productivity, but then you see the charts of available young people to participate in the labor force, and the number keeps falling and falling and falling. Remember, the smallest group of 18-year-olds as a percentage of population in U.S. history. And next year's is even smaller. And the year after that is even smaller. And the year after that is even smaller. But David, we're going to grow like crazy. We can, but you have to do policies that maximize productivity. Oh, but productivity might cause creative destruction. We're not allowed to do free market economics anymore. Remember, we're populists now. If you embrace that, you're going to drive this country. We'll still be greater than any country on earth, but we're going to give it so much. Wealth is, prosperity is moral. The growth is moral. and we're killing ourselves, but we're making promises that aren't in the data. They're not on the charts. So, you have an idiot like me that gets behind the microphone week after week after week. I'm not smart, but I'm good at math. And try to explain, saying there's ways to make it work. So 1 month ago, after almost a year's worth of work, I chaired the Joint Economic Committee. I'm number 4 in Ways and Means. I chair oversight. It's public now. The press broke the story. We've been doing investigations after the Wall Street Journal did that 5 major series on Medicare Advantage, the amount of fraud, the people being diagnosed with diseases they don't have, people being dumped on VA even though they had the Medicare Advantage insurance, people being dumped on hospice care. If you don't know about it, grab your computer, Google the Wall Street Journal MA. MedPAC report. I've come to this floor year after year with, I'm sometimes thinking, Mr. Speaker, I'm the only idiot here who reads the MedPAC report. Just grab the damn, now it's like this, but it's not a hard read. And in there it will say, hey, when we started Medicare Advantage in 2005, it was designed to come in at 95% of the cost of fee-for-service, but its model was, we're going to incentivize the folks that manage the care to make money by helping you be healthier. The incentive was, we're going to help populations be healthier. MedPAC report from the beginning of this year, today it comes at 120% of fee-for-service. Just that delta from the 95 to 120% over 10 years is like $2 trillion. So think, we're knifing each other right now, trying to figure out how to finance as much of this reconciliation budget as we can. So I'm an idiot, as I've been told by my wife over and over, because I thought we cared. So we spent 6 months writing the modernization, the Medicare, the Better Medicare Act, Medicare Advantage, to make it so it incentivizes to help our brothers and sisters who are 65 and up who choose Medicare Advantage, which is 55% of the population, to get services so they're healthier. The Joint Economic Committee economists say over 10 years, it's $1.76 trillion of savings over 10 years. Preliminary score from our conversations with CBO, it's not in writing, but pure preliminary, 1.84 trillion, making it the largest savings bill in U.S. history. And it doesn't take away a single service, it fixes the misalignment in the system. Mr. Speaker, how many co-sponsors do I have? The bill has been introduced for 1 month. Remember, we're tough. We're going to help stop this borrowing. We're going to take on the debt. I have 0 co-sponsors. We have visited almost 100 members of Congress and their offices. Oh, David, this is uncomfortable. It has big words. Oh, David, it has the word Medicare. I beg of you, understand the scale of this debt. I have people now that won't even look me in the eye as I walk down the hallway because they're fearful I might ask them again and again and again, will you sponsor this? You tell me you care. Help us. Help us do the right thing. And yet, if I try to show what's going on, remember, our baseline is over the next 10 years, we expect to spend $14.67 trillion on Medicare Advantage, not Medicare, just the Medicare Advantage portion. All we're trying to do is save about 10% of that. And that's the alignment of incentives. Stop telling me how much you care. Stop telling me you're a budget hawk. I'm a budget hawk. I care about the budget, but God forbid, I'm not putting my name on something that actually does something because that's hard. I'm the guy in the 50-50 district. I'm in one of the most competitive districts in America, and yet I'm willing to stand up behind this microphone and tell the truth and actually put it on paper. So, my economists, we did a model. Over the next 10 years, with what's happening demographically in America. We have a shortage of young people. President Trump said something that was brilliant on the campaign trail. He said it is insane. We educate people, we send them home to come, and then we send them home with their degrees from the American universities to compete with us. That sparked an idea, and then we got our economists to do the modeling. It creates about 150, 160 billion of additional tax receipts in the 10-year window, but in the second 10-year window, it explodes. So we wrote an immigration reform bill moving the American immigration system to a talent-based system. But it has the word immigration in it. So it scares the hell out of the political class because the reporters will lie about it. The activists on Twitter or X or whatever it is will lie about it. But the economics are incredibly important. If you're going to move this country to raise its productivity so we can raise wages, so we actually can survive what's happening in the actuarial reports of Medicare and Social Security, guess what? You almost can't close the numbers unless you do something like this. And the reason I'm doing this is we added the president's gold cards, but the skills-based. And I get people saying, oh, I don't know how I feel about that. How many of you have a Dr. Patel? It's meant to be funny. I'm from Scottsdale, one of the greatest medical communities in America. And a bunch of our great, amazing talent has come in from all over the world. Stop bathing in folklore and start bathing in math. So, our third bill to pay for the reconciliation budget. This one is less of a cut. This is more using data to find where the hell's all the cash? Turns out, if you add up it all, which there's no way the Appropriations Committee or the White House, there's $1.5 trillion sitting in accounts up and down government. That was appropriated 3 years ago, but they never built it. There's a great example of hundreds of millions of dollars that were set aside for one state. It's in the account to build a bridge. They chose not to build that bridge. Cash is still sitting there. We call it total discretionary balances subject to rescission. Okay, we call it forgotten funds. You know we're paying interest on that money. Almost every dime of this was borrowed money, and it's sitting, and some of it's been sitting in accounts for years. Why is it so hard? We have the legislation. I've introduced the legislation, line item by line item by line item, saying, let's just go grab that cash. Even if you just went back to no year money, or maybe the ones that are just a couple years out, it's $500 billion. Grab that cash and bring it back and put it under Treasury. And if we as members of Congress want to appropriate it again. But the forgotten funds. So I just gave you 3 pieces of legislation. I gave you fixing Medicare Advantage, alignment of the incentives, moving to a talent-based immigration system, which in the long run is one of the most powerful things we can do for GDP growth, for productivity. Capturing the forgotten funds, I just paid for most of the reconciliation bill. Wouldn't that solve a bunch of our problems around here? Wouldn't that solve a bunch of the fighting? Wouldn't that solve a bunch of the stress? And we're going to borrow how much? Because this year we're going to borrow $2.2 trillion. At the end of 2026, if we do what I think the Senate's going to try to jam us, that's $2.5, $2.6 trillion of borrowing that year. But David, we're going to have all this magical growth. Look, I'm a single office. Now, I accept. I'm a senior member. I have staff. I have really smart economists. But in 3 bills, I just brought you, without cutting a service to anyone, I just brought you $3.3 trillion of savings. And not a single co-sponsor in Congress. I'm going to try to do this next little section here, and I don't want to be a jerk. Let's see if I can. I'm going to hurt some people's feelings, but the math is important. And why the math is important is there are solutions. But and what reason I'm doing this is, I think it was Monday or Tuesday, I had a member I was talking to, great member, brilliant on their area of specialty, really smart. I've spent my whole life doing budgets and healthcare finance and a few other weird things. David, CBO is always wrong, Congressional Budget Office. They make up things. It's way off. Okay, for anyone who keeps your staff or you keep telling you that, this is what you call a variance report. CBO puts it out every year. I know every staffer and every member of Congress grabbed it in January and actually read the data. If you look at the calculations, and I'm embarrassed I didn't actually bring one of the board, which probably is good because it was really obnoxious. What did happen to that board? CBO projected when we did the 2017 tax reform, 2018, 2019, just before the pandemic, they were like 99.5, 99% accurate. Don't tell anyone because it'll make it harder for us to lie around here. And you get members saying, but over the next 5 years, they weren't accurate at all. Does anyone remember there was this little thing called COVID? Does anyone remember what Congress and the world actually did? We dumped how much cash into the world market? So you're accurate to hear, and then all of a sudden we dump how much cash? Do you think there's a chance when you borrow trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars, pump it out in the economy, you don't have your tax collections go up? Oh, but David, they didn't project that. They didn't predict that. Oh, come on, people, stop it. Because even now, when we get back to baseline, after we get beyond COVID, they were still remarkably accurate. I found the chart. It was hidden back there. It's on a smaller board. The fact of the matter, what they projected, and then what actually happened, and this is actually 2018, not 16. So I found a printing error. 99.5% accuracy. Now you may not, and look, they're not always accurate. On what they projected for the clean energy, tax credits, and inflation reduction, they missed by miles because they didn't actually pay enough attention that they were uncapped. There's a number of things where they absolutely screwed up, but the fact of the matter, on tax collections, the numbers have been good. And we need a scorekeeper. What happens if My grandfather used to have this saying, it doesn't matter how you play the game, it's who keeps score. He thought that was hysterical. How do we convince the American people we're serious about economic growth, productivity, taking on the debt and deficits, and not bankrupting their future when we spend almost every day saying, well, we don't like the scorekeeping? And then you look at every outside group, the Tax Foundation, Yale Model Foundation, all these others, and it turns out CBO was more accurate than they were. I'm not standing here to be a defender of them. I'm being actually a defender of my brothers and sisters here. Please, I know it makes our lives easier when we can attack the scorekeeper. We can say, the scorekeeper didn't get it right, therefore pay no attention when they say we're trying to add $3-4 trillion of debt. We're better than that. And there's a reason so much of the economic press is just mocking us and making fun of us. I understand it's good politics. You get to go home, get up in front of an audience that's not reading the economic press and say, well, they didn't get the accurate right. Let's treat our voters like they're adults. They understand what's going on. Look, these are the scores from Yale Budget, from Penn Wharton, from Congressional Budget Office, from Joint Tax Policy Center, American Enterprise Institution, Tax Foundation, And then here's what we're telling people. Is every other PhD economist wrong? Because it becomes an excuse not to do the things I was just complaining about when an idiot like me comes and says, I found you $3.3 trillion in savings. David, we don't have to do those hard pieces of legislation. We don't have to explain those bills to our constituents. We don't have to take on the lobbyists who are going to be all upset with us. We'll just tell people that it pays for itself. So everyone else is wrong because it makes our life as policymakers easier. But somehow, we're going to have magic growth, magical thinking, when just today, parts of the latest census data came out. Population 65 and older rose by 3.1% in the last year. Population 18 years old, under 18, decreased by 0.2%. I'm trying to make an argument that I love the partisanship. I love a good fight with my Democrat brothers and sisters. But what happens when the debt and deficits are demographics? But if we can blame the other side, we'll just do this ping pong back and forth. They're in charge, we're in charge, we're in charge, they're in charge. We'll blame each other, and then we're going to have a failed bond auction. Interest rates are going to explode. Remember, there's data sets, and I presented them here on the floor, that just a single point of interest going up over the next decade wipes out almost all the good we're trying to do extending the tax reform of 2017. Mr. Speaker, there's a way to make this work. And I'm mentally just exhausted. Maybe I need to consume more coffee. Maybe I need to stop caring so much because I'm really worried. There's a way to make this work. There's hope. But what happens when no one will hear a word you're saying because it requires doing hard stuff and pisses off some lobbyists or some group that's in our office that wants us to regulate their competition's business or give them something? We used to be the party of fiscal sanity. I still think we are. We can get there. We can do it. Maybe we just need to understand the math. That I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. Under the Speaker's announced policy of January 3rd, 2025, the Chair recognizes the gentleman from Ohio, Mr. Davidson, for 30 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent that all members may have 5 legislative days in which to revise and extend their remarks and include extraneous material on the topic of this special order.
Without objection.
Mr. Speaker, I'm here today to talk about central bank digital currencies. A lot of people don't necessarily know what a central bank digital currency is, so we'll start with a definition. A central bank digital currency begins with the central bank. The central bank in the United States is the Federal Reserve, and the Federal Reserve manages our currency, and they manage settlement between banks. So when banks have to pay each other, they do it directly, but a lot of times they manage it through the central bank. Central banks around the world, whether in the United States or the European Union, China's central bank, pick your thing, most countries have a central bank. Switzerland has the Bank of International Settlement, and their central bank is essentially the central banker to the central banks. So when central banks pay each other, they broker the transaction through the Bank of International Settlement. So what is the digital currency? Digital, sort of self-explanatory, and the currency is a means of payment. Traditionally, you think of the system of money is as old as people. The right to transact predates any government. People would transact with one another before we had a government. It's an inherent natural right. As our founders recognized, we are endowed by our Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. One of the ways we pursue happiness is by transacting with each other. We buy things, or we make money from selling things. And in the natural order, there's nobody between you and the person you want to do business with. In cash, that's still the case. When you hand a $20 bill to somebody for, sweeping your driveway, or $100 bill for shoveling your driveway in the snow or things like that, that's between you and maybe the high school kid that came and shoveled your driveway. There's no third party to get in between you and the other person. But if you think about a lot of other transactions, we've sort of migrated to a digital payment system of sorts today that involves third parties, like Visa or MasterCard. They dominate the payment system in the United States. Banks are behind the credit cards, so they're in the scene too. But fundamentally, when you transact with a credit card, people think, well, that's digital, and you're using, a credit card company. And what they do really is amazing. For a relatively small fee, they guarantee that it really was you that did the transaction. If it was fraudulent, they insure the transaction. They'll make you whole on a credit card if you didn't pay it. They establish the identity and say, this really is you, and you really do have the credit available. And then they establish the person that you're buying from as a store and say, this is really a credible transaction. And they approve it or deny it. And what they do, amazing frequency in volume of transactions, is incredible. But that's a third party, and it's a private party. They don't necessarily collect the data between you and, say, Walmart. What did you buy while you were at Walmart? They will be able to say, hey, Walmart's a credible place. You really were there. You really did spend $100 at Walmart. They don't necessarily know what you bought there. They might be able to recover that at some point if they're forensically discovering, what did you buy when you were at Walmart? They might be able to work with Walmart to figure that out, but Visa doesn't necessarily cover that. That's our current state of payments. But in a central bank digital currency, they would be able to know with a digital identity who you are because they've got a digital ID. And when you look at the state of privacy and the amount of data the government has on you, they know who you are. They can have access to all kinds of information. Even the private sector has a lot of information. If you look at what's being done today to aggregate that data, it's not formally being done to establish a digital ID in the United States, but it is being done in lots of places around the world. In China, they've done this digital identification. They've tied it with your facial recognition features, your geolocation data, all your transaction data that they can discern, and everything else they can find about you in a government database in China. And they build what's known as a social credit score. So if you attend events with people that support the government, your social credit score might go up. If you attend events and your geolocation data is associated with people that have, say, been critical of Xi Jinping, your social credit score goes down. And if it goes down enough, you can't even travel in China. So they're linking this digital ID with the payment system, the digital currency. And in that sense, they're kind of essential components to the way that it works. The way that Visa or MasterCard establishes who you are has its own system. Here in a central bank digital currency, digital ID is a critical component to how it works. And the last information I had, in 4 provinces, this is the payment system. And you think, well, China, I mean, they're a communist government. They've got a very authoritarian leader in Xi Jinping. Surely Western civilization wouldn't be doing this. But the reality is 100+ countries around the world are developing a central bank digital currency. And they're not developing what you would think in America with freedom and free markets. They're developing essentially the same kind of central bank digital currency that China is. In fact, the Bank of International Settlement in Switzerland is telling people how to do it. They're facilitating central banks. Not just random central banks, our central bank. And they're not working directly with the Federal Reserve entirely. They're saying they're working with this independent private entity, the Federal Reserve Bank of New York. And this is this quasi-public-private kind of dynamic in the U.S. central bank with the Federal Reserve. So they're building it. Literally, multiple components of the Federal Reserve are actively recruiting people to write code to develop a central bank digital currency. And this is why you see, for Star Wars fans, this is a depiction of the Death Star. I don't want to give away the plot, but the evil empire builds this Death Star that's like a moon-sized place, and it can destroy entire planets with one giant laser beam, and just boom, the planet's gone. It's an amazing amount of power that the empire has built for themselves in Star Wars, and of course it's fiction, but the central bank digital currency is kind of the equivalent. The central banks are saying, oh, well, don't worry, we would need permission from the legislature before we could establish a central bank digital currency. We're just designing it. Well, in the movie, they didn't really get permission to turn it on. They were just designing it. And then they were just building it. And it wasn't yet complete. And then they were just testing it. But once you demonstrate the capability, you've got all the power. And the reality is, in the fall, I traveled with fellow Financial Services Committee members to the Bank of England, and I met with them, and they're developing a central bank digital currency, and they know that their legislature would have to act to impose it on the citizens of the United Kingdom, and they know that it's not popular with their citizens. Nevertheless, they're developing it, just designing it and testing it. Then we traveled to Brussels, and we met with the European Central Bank, and they too are designing and developing and testing how a central bank digital currency could work. And they know that before they could impose this on the European Union, they would need not just support from the European Parliament, but from the member states of the European Union. Nevertheless, they're working to build it. And then we traveled to Basel, Switzerland, which is the base of operations for the Bank of International Settlement. And we met with them, and they too said, well, we're just studying this. We're not really proposing that everyone do it. But the reality is, when you talk to everyone who's developing it, who's helping coordinate it? The Bank of International Settlement. And again, not just, there's no country that we've found anywhere that is developing a system that protects privacy, that protects identity, that protects the transaction data. They're all doing it the same way China is. And they're designing it to be interoperable around the world. And the reality is, a system of money is as old as civilization. Like I said, the right to transact predates any government. The government doesn't give you that right, but governments around the world have adopted very similar approach. In the United States, we have the Bank Secrecy Act, anti-money laundering laws, know your customer laws. And in the United States, every Western democracy and in dictatorships around the world, they have similar features for banking. If you spy on your customers, you're allowed to operate a financial services business. They don't state it that way. I mean, it's not that creepy inherently in the United States. For the most part, you're supposed to get a warrant. They don't always do that. They've been found to violate it on occasion in the United States. In certain other governments, it's very creepy. But as we were working to protect secrecy, the Canadian government was literally imposing a shutdown on bank accounts for Canadian truck drivers who were protesting COVID policies in Canada. So it wasn't they were stacking SWAT teams or special operators outside the door of houses. The one ring to rule them all, the massive amount of power, was your access to your own money. You can't even buy groceries. You can't pay rent. You have no means of payment. And that's why it's essential that we protect the power to transact and we protect the privacy so that it really has the same kind of characteristics as cash. Because as a citizen, without probable cause and due process, no one should see your transaction data. And without being guilty of something, no one should limit your ability to transact. That's the system of government our countrymen have. And okay, around the world, they don't have the same protections, But why is our government and our central bank working on the exact same plan? When you look at dystopian fiction, whether it's Brave New World or 1984, or what I and billions of people around the world consider Scripture, the book of Revelation, the money is always corrupted. It's taken from its proper use as a store of value and an efficient means of transaction, and it's corrupted into a tool for surveillance, for coercion and control. And unless you comply with the regime, whoever that is, well, then you don't get the right to transact. Everywhere it's depicted, whether it's fiction or scripture, it's evil. So we should rightly resist this future. It's dystopian. 1984 was meant to be fiction, not an instruction manual. But unfortunately, you see people working to build this very future around the world. So that's what a central bank digital currency is. Let me tell you what it is not. People often will associate every kind of digital money with central bank digital currency. And I'll mention like the Bitcoin as maybe the most widely known form of crypto, certainly the biggest share of the market value. If you look at the Bitcoin white paper, you can look it up out there in just the abstract. The whole point is to preserve the characteristics of cash, permissionless peer-to-peer transactions, where there's no third party that goes through it. And the ability to do this is why Bitcoin became popular. The ability to do this depends on the architecture. There's no corporate headquarters, there's no CEO. It's really math and computer programming. So how does this work? They establish trust in a different way. They assume they trust no one. And the transactions are approved in blocks. That's the way with blockchain, the way it's done. It's done very securely. And governments around the world initially didn't like it. They wanted to ban it. And after a while, they decided, well, okay, we can't really ban it. We're not going to be able to stop it. So the check-down position is, well, let's just keep it account-based. And account-based crypto is pretty harmless. It's about like banking. I mean, cash isn't technically illegal, but when you go to the bank and ask for any significant amount of it, they always ask questions. And that's because of the Bank Secrecy Act, the anti-money laundering laws, the Know Your Customer laws. What you going to do with all that cash? Well, it's my cash. Why can't I have it? And sometimes they'll tell you, sometimes they won't. Well, I have to fill out this report. Who gave you all that cash? In fact, if you deposit more than $10,000, it creates a cash transaction report. When that was first passed in the early 70s, it was $10,000. Today, that number adjusted for inflation is over $81,000. That's who they were looking for. But if you look at the last presidential administration under Joe Biden, they wanted to know about your bank account if you had ever had $600 of transactions in your bank account. So they're going the other way. And the reality is they want to monitor every single transaction. And that's how they know whether you had a transaction over $10,000, is they look at everything. So there's already a lot of surveillance in it. To me, maybe too much. But the question is, what can you do with it? Once you create a central bank digital currency, you've empowered the central bank to see every side of every transaction. In fact, the former director of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, Giancarlo, talked about digital dollar. He's gone around for a long time talking about it and touts the features. They call it programmable money. If you wanted to put stimulus into the economy like we were doing during COVID, you could put money in and say it expires. If you don't spend it by this date, it's gone. You can say it can only be used for these things. So when we did stimulus checks during COVID, a lot of people went out and bought flat screen TVs from China. That didn't exactly help the U.S. economy. And proponents of programmable money were saying, see, we could make it so you could only spend it on these things and not those things. Climate change alarmists, climatologists as I refer to them, they could program the money so that if you're driving a hybrid vehicle but still need to buy gas from time to time to keep your hybrid internal combustion engine running, well, you could pay $2 a gallon for gas. But if you're driving a pickup truck that's considered a gas guzzler, Well, you could pay $10 a gallon. It's programmable money. You could design any feature in it you want because the central government controls it. And that's why central bank digital currency is truly a threat to Western civilization. It puts the government between you and your money. You know, in the United States, the pursuit of happiness has been defined as protection for private property rights. There's no more basic thing than your property right to your bank account, the money that you earn, the paycheck that gets deposited in your bank account. But if that's not really yours, it's really programmable money and it's conditioned upon whatever the government wants to condition it upon. Is it really yours? And that's exactly the future that people want to create out of crypto. Crypto, if you look at the Bitcoin white paper and many of the other use cases, is designed to somewhat separate money from state, because this future is pretty creepy. It's quite literally Orwellian. It's described as one of the characteristics in Orwell's famous book, 1984. Dystopian, which is another synonym for Orwellian. It gives the government a massive amount of power, of coercion and control over the public. And yes, perfect surveillance could, if in the hands of benign, good actors, protect us and keep us safe from bad people. But in our country, you could easily see people that suffer from what I label as Trump derangement syndrome, who are alarmed that Donald Trump would have access to information. Imagine if Donald Trump could control this money. A lot of people in our country would be scared to death. But on the other hand, you could imagine maybe somebody from the political left who would control this money. And you could say, wow, that's pretty creepy. And just like in Lord of the Rings, where they had the one ring to rule them all, the only good thing to do with the one ring to rule them all is destroy it. But actively, right now, the Federal Reserve is hiring coders to write code and develop a central bank digital currency. Actively, right now, our allies are working to develop this. And actively, right now, just as the person who spoke right before me addressed, Mr. Schweikert, the United States has a massive debt problem, but so does a lot of the rest of the world. The last time the planet had this much debt was at the end of World War II. And the main difference is at the end of World War II, we knew we had to spend less money, and we did. Our debt to GDP ratio, the amount of money we owe versus the size of our economy, is about the same size as it is right now. But instead of wanting to spend less, right now we can't even agree to cut off $9.4 billion in DOGE cuts. That's 0.13% of what our United States government's going to spend this year. I mean, it passed the House with no support from Democrats and 4 Republicans voting against it, but it can't get a floor vote in the Senate yet. So think about the sentiment. At the end of World War II, we knew we had to spend less, and even then, they did a monetary reset. So some people might have heard of this idea of a great reset. One of the core components of it is resetting the money system. And the money system they have in mind is this: central bank digital currency. And when the crisis occurs, they might say, well, there's all kinds of things we could do, but here's what we can do now. That would take forever to develop every other alternative. But what we could do now is what we've been working on for a decade. Is we could launch this central bank digital currency, and it's going to solve everything. It's going to keep us safe. It's going to catch the tax evaders and money launderers and illicit finance. And in the hands of a good leader, it could. But the reality, as we know, as our founders recognized in Federalist paper after Federalist paper and in the very structure of our government, eventually somebody who isn't benign is going to have the power. For Lord of the Rings fan, they know that even the best person, when they put the ring on, it's tempting to do evil things. And that's what's going to happen with this. We have to stop it right now. That's why Donald Trump's executive order, when he came into office on digital assets, banned central bank digital currency. That's why my colleague Tom Emmer has moved a bill to ban central bank digital currency. Unfortunately, it hasn't gotten a vote on the floor of this House, and it's this term in the House of Representatives, and it doesn't have a clear path through the Senate. While it's the creepiest surveillance tool I've ever seen, I can't get my coalition of Republicans and Democrats to oppose it. Last Congress, I had a coalition of 123 Republicans and 96 Democrats who voted to end the evasion of the Fourth Amendment. The Fourth Amendment is supposed to protect your privacy. The government's supposed to get your data only with probable cause and a warrant or a subpoena from a court. But they're buying your data. They're creating a market for data, and they're buying their way around the Fourth Amendment. We wanted to turn that off. The Fourth Amendment doesn't regulate private entities, but it does regulate the government, in part because the government has a power that no private sector body does. They can put you in jail. They can deprive you of life, liberty, and property. I'm glad that we've got this bipartisan coalition, but I don't understand why Democrats are more concerned about the ability to monitor your transactions than they are about the invasion of privacy. I hope we restore that coalition on this and we can work together to ban central bank digital currency, but I truly believe this poses an existential threat to Western civilization. If this thing takes effect, it is a massive amount of power. It is the kind of power that the Death Star has over civilization. People think, oh, I would resist. A lot of people won't even go vote. How aggressively are they going to resist when the government shuts off access to your bank? I mean, we had a trial run of this during COVID. Lots of people really objected to all sorts of things about COVID policies, but their workplace imposed mandates and restrictions, including shots that weren't really tested or proven, and now that we find out data, there's a lot of concern about mRNA in particular. I talked to nurses who were crying in our office, but they felt like they couldn't risk losing their job, and they chose to get shots that they were concerned about. Because the coercive power of your access to earning a living, massive amount of power. People can't afford it. They can't pay their way to live. They can't raise their family. This power is way bigger than that. People, we got to stop this. We have a president who wants to stop it. He's issued an executive order, but we don't have a legislature that's doing the work to stop it. We're talking about moving crypto bills today, and the Senate's passed the Genius Act in the Banking Committee and on the floor of the Senate, which regulates stablecoins. Stablecoins are about 7% of the crypto market. The rest is market structure. I've had a bill to regulate that since 2018. Over 7 years, I've been trying to stop this. Not stop the good things, not stop the market from things like Bitcoin or Bitcoin ETFs or all kinds of other use cases that are good. Not stopping self-custody, but protecting self-custody so that you protect the ability to transact. But stopping the counter to it. Central bank digital currency, the one ring to rule them all. We've been trying to stop it for that long. The idea was maybe not even possible technologically when science fiction writers were writing Brave New World or 1984 or Fahrenheit or in Scripture. How could this even happen when you read Revelation through all time? But today, we can see the technology that can do it. And with artificial intelligence, it's even quicker. And here we are talking about an AI provision in the big, beautiful bill that stays. No matter what else they rule out, they seem to find a way for the AI provision to be there for more surveillance on more people. Folks, we got to stop this. And we need the legislature to step up and do it. So I plead with you everywhere you can. Don't be fearful of all digital assets. Bitcoin, for example, is 180 degrees different than central bank digital currency. But do everything you can to stop the government's power grab with this. Or the superficial layer that's really just cosmetic, where the big banks offer a cosmetic layer of stable coins, but on the back end it's effectively a central bank digital currency operated by not just the Federal Reserve, but the central banks around the world working together with the Bank of International Settlement to create this system. It is a true threat to Western civilization. And maybe something that to some of my colleagues who couldn't be here tonight also is as big of a deal to them. I appreciate those people that have co-sponsored and voted for Tom Emmer's bill. I hope we can vote on it soon in the House, and I hope the Senate takes it up. So with that, I yield back the balance of my time.
The gentleman yields. Does the gentleman have a motion?
Mr. Speaker, I ask unanimous consent that all. Mr. Speaker, I move that the House may now adjourn.
The question is on the motion to adjourn. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Accordingly, the House stands adjourned until 9 a.m. tomorrow.